All right, thanks everybody for coming tonight. Can we get a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved. Second.
Okay, we'll start with our discussion of board priorities for the development of the 2011-12 district budget. The way we're going to do this is, needless to say, we've got many public speakers, and we need to have some board discussion tonight and do some work as well. So I'm going to ask the superintendent to give a staff presentation. I'm then going to allow up to 45 minutes of public comment on the first agenda item, 1 minute apiece per person. And then we're going to have some board discussion, and then whoever's left to speak on the first item, we'll call at that point.
Can I just ask one quick question, please, for the superintendent as he presents? This item has been revised about 2, maybe at least twice, maybe 3 times. Could you tell us the differences between those revisions, because the public didn't get a chance to review them all in depth? So could you make sure that we are very clear about what the changes were
as
in each of these reviews?
Yeah. Right. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yes, we can do that. Appreciate asking the question, and we will.
Okay, Superintendent Kogla.
Okay, thank you, President Brewer. For Board of Education, staff, community, and visitors to the auditorium and on TV, what we want to do is present you with a discussion of options and priorities. I'm going to cue this up and then turn it over to our Chief Financial Officer, Ron Little, to walk us through the slides and then proceed from there. Let me set the stage. We're 4 weeks away from the end of the month and the requirement by the Constitution to adopt a budget. So we all, I think, appreciate the fact that time compression is a real issue for all of us. So decisions will have to be made soon, and we just need to appreciate that as we pick and choose our time, our conversation. The only certainty in this uncertain setting, I think, is that we have a very serious multi-year problem. And that will become evident in the presentation, and I think we've known about that for a while, but I think we need to state it and restate it. The CFO is going to outline assumptions and projections in this forthcoming presentation. All of the available revenue and expenditure numbers have been scrubbed and scrubbed again, and we'll continue to review and refine as new information comes to us. The primary fundamental goal is to have an open, transparent dialogue. So I just want to make it clear for those who question the numbers and any of the possible solutions and strategies, I invite any and all to review the spreadsheets and conduct their own audit, whether it be external auditors, internal review, staff, or otherwise. I think for those of us who think that we have all the money we need to balance the 2012 budget, again, I ask for them to point out where there is any additional funding. And for those of you that don't think that we need to make these terrible, tragic staffing adjustments that have been discussed for the past several months, I ask for solutions that would not impact on people. I'm left with the question of how do we cover a deficit? Pick a number, $50 million, $100 million, the $115 million that we've been talking about, any number at all. Once you move it into multi-millions of dollars, I don't know how you address that problem without going into those difficult, important areas of people and programs. After 3 years of cutting all of the non-personnel programs that we could, we're at the mercy of what is an unprecedented, deepening, prolonged statewide fiscal crisis. Because of all of the adjustments made and the tough decisions of the board in the last couple of years, we've reached a point where 92% of our operating general fund is people and people programs. And that's a matter of record, and it's in all of the accounting documents and budget planning documents. Any budget balancing strategy that we take will negatively impact on people and programs throughout this district. Classified, certificated, administrator, teacher, campus, central office. Every one of those components is impacted in a negative way. As we think about and listen to the Chief Financial Officer, I want us all to think about the risks that are out there in the years ahead of us, 2012, 13, 20, 13, 14. Budget decisions that will be made before the end of the month. As I noted earlier, we have to have something at the end. will reflect impact trade-offs that will be made and deficits that will be incurred in the next couple years to come. It's because of this multi-year consideration I have that the staff is recommending that we go forward with the strategy outlined tonight and try to stay the course. We will state that no rescission is a prudent fiscal measure at this point in time, and I emphasize at this point in time. We will highlight the various options based on the discussion that came out of board priorities last week, but I think it'll become apparent if you decide on A, you ripple into B, and there is a range of deficits that come up based on how deep or how shallow we make a decision on cutting. For each deficit that is highlighted in 12-13 and 13-14, look at those columns, look how they're highlighted. You have to ask ourselves, where will we get the money to cover a range of deficits that go from anywhere around $50 million in a best case to over $200 million in a worst case. There are tough decisions that need to be made, and ironically, the old adage of pay me now or pay me later comes to play. I'm not here to defend any of the choices. None of them are good for kids. None of them are good for this district. They are the reality that we're dealing with right now. I do not have a crystal ball that will indicate if public education, K-12, funding will get any better in the next couple of years. We are acting on the budget numbers that we have today, the guidance that we have today from the county, from school services. I realize, and I think all of you realize, that it's subject to change as people make decisions at the county level, at the state level, even at the national level when you talk about the federal funds. So we need to consider those options and stay open-minded and think about the multi-year problem. Let me close by saying I have my own very mixed emotions about all of this. On the upside, I've been encouraged by the governor. He has remained consistent, steadfast about protecting public education. But both of the parties, both of the legislative houses that are part of the state government, have to make some solid decisions. It's easy to voice their interest in crusading for public education. We've heard a lot of that in the last couple of months. However, we have to connect all the words with actions. On the downside, I am very uncomfortable, very anxious that the governor's strategy to obtain the tax extensions and safeguard schools and school district remains at great risk. Just this morning, we got from our legislative liaison, Monica Henestrosa, an update. And she is saying yesterday, and I'm reading word for word, yesterday the latest Public Policy Institute poll came out showing that while most Californians generally approve of Governor Brown's revised budget plan, less than half would actually vote for the proposal to extend temporary tax increases. I know polls and surveys and projections, mushy, soft stuff, but it's all we have right now. That's the information that we have to deal with. So that's where I am, and I'd like to turn it over to Ron Little if I could.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Superintendent Koba, for those introductory remarks. Good evening, Board. Tonight we'll share with you our best thinking to date. And as Superintendent Koba noted, we would really like to focus on our multi-year projections and take a multi-year approach and look at a 3-year cycle with respect to decisions that need to be made over the next 28 days or so. This is the agenda for this evening. We'll look at the assumptions that mostly are provided by County and School Services of California. We'll look at some budget uncertainties. We'll look at the staff recommended budget, some budget scenarios that we were asked to run, which we'll go through. We'll take a cursory look at Title I and Title II and some changes that we see on the horizon there, and then look at next steps moving forward. So as you know, as we develop the budget for next year, we have to develop a 3-year budget. We have assumptions on the revenue side and on the expenditure side. We've shared with these with you in the past, and I would just draw your attention to some changes. We are projecting some slight ADA declination, which are based on trends. Even though our ADA attendance factor is increasing, so children are coming to school more often, our enrollment is decreasing, and so we'll see a 0.5% to 0.75% decline in ADA moving forward over the next 3 years, and that's been also our demographers' projections as well. So those are in alignment. As we know, next year's COLA is not funded. That's where the deficit factor comes into play. However, a little good news: currently the out-year COLAs are funded, so that's a little bit of a revenue enhancement for 2012-2013 and 2013-2014. Otherwise, the problem would look considerably worse. I won't go through the entire list for you, but monies that we had coming in this year, of course, are not coming in the subsequent years. Those would be our SDA, the federal money, as well as the federal stimulus, the ARA money. We did include here, just as a note, the transfer in from CCDC with respect to the restorations we made to first grade CSR for next year. So those are in our assumptions. On the expenditure side, we have our furlough days continuing one more year, and then of course those will be reinstated. Step and column we discussed at length at the last meeting. Salary increase still factored into our expenditures. Our excess teachers, health and welfare went through last time, and our unemployment rate insurance increases. We also have some other expenditure assumptions. Of course, we have our reductions that we've been working with since almost a year, I guess, since last fall, about $115 million worth. We have some risks that we've been talking about, somewhere between 17 and 18 million over a 2 or 3 year period. Those have been included now, some CPI adjustments, and then, of course, our contributions from the unrestricted into the restricted program, special ed, maintenance, and community day schools. And I'll be happy to come back and address any of this in more detail if you have some questions then. The reserve assumptions, again, we have a 2% reserve requirement that we're recommending. We set aside some money for the job reclasses and the star rating. The county, we'll talk a little bit more about this a little bit later. I'll come back to that. And then some site ending balances and some other set-asides in the ending balance, which are sort of perfunctory. So our inventory, prepaid expenses, and cash, revolving cash. So with respect to the uncertainties, I think Superintendent Koba touched on many of them. The tax extension, we still don't know where we sit with that. We still don't know that we're going to be fully funded for the mental health services that school districts are expected to take on next year and in subsequent years. So we still don't know where we are with respect to the realignment program for schools for next year. We'll talk about federal funding levels next year. And of course, keep in mind that as a 3-year budget that we have to submit to the county, we're expected to show them how we're going to balance each of the out years with respect to the deficits that we're facing. So if we're facing a $60 million deficit because of the action we take over the next 3 weeks, we have to tell the board in 2012, 2013, we have to show the county how we expect to make those reductions generally in that year, and similarly for the following year. So that's another challenge and an uncertainty that we face at this point, especially given the level of reductions that we've been working with over the last months. So we're going to start with the staff recommended budget, and what we're sharing tonight, of course, is in compliance with our County Office of Education guidance. We put a quote up here which comes directly from their budget development letter, and the direction that we're receiving at this point from the county is plan on the ongoing reductions and or set aside a reserve that takes into account any of the revenues that we projected that we wouldn't get. Set those aside in reserves and do not spend. I think that the bottom line message from the county is do not spend any revenues that you do not know that you have at this point. Sit tight until we have an enacted budget. And with that in mind, we're going to present a budget, big picture. Obviously, as we move through the process over the next few weeks with direction from the board, we'll give you more and more detail each subsequent meeting. Tonight's overview, again, follows the direction of the County Office of Ed. Again, we have the trans issue. We're going to market very soon. We'll talk about that in a little bit. And we need to make sure that we do what we need to do to make sure that we can meet payroll in the fall, and that's by getting a successful trans underway and marketed and sold in early July. The financial markets are very discerning with respect to who they're lending money to now, of course. Our staff recommended budget, of course, minimizes our shortfall for the next year, 2012-2013, to close to $25 million. And you'll see how that compares to some of the other scenarios that we'll look at later. And, of course, that will reduce any necessary layoffs in that year and in out years.
And just to note, there are 3 or 4 new pages here, just so you're aware of it.
Yes, thank you. Yes, we just added these 2 slides recently.
Right here? Okay.
With respect to long-term staff and student impacts, again, this gets to the point that the sooner we take the action, the less volatility we have for the following years in 2012, 2013, 2014. And you'll see how that plays out in the numbers. But obviously, the more we can do now to withstand the future and sustain our ending fund balance, the less staff impacts and classroom impacts we'll experience in 2012-13 and 13-14. We mentioned the trans. Again, the whole second interim presentation focused on the importance and the criticality of getting that short-term loan. And once we run afoul of the county's direction, we put ourselves in a precarious situation of perhaps jeopardizing our ability to get a trans through the financial markets. And of course, without a trans and the $230 to $235 million that we'll receive in July, shortly after sale, we will not make it through the fall. As we mentioned at second interim, this graph just shows our cash balance as of second interim. So by September, we're in negative cash flow, and then by October we're needing to borrow to make payroll. So with that, this is the recommended budget, and I would say that with respect to what we've seen and what the potential outcomes are, staff feels this is, believe it or not, an optimistic risk budget. So we know that we're going to base this staff budget on the tax extensions being passed. However, we're also suggesting that we not restore anything back into the expenditure side of the budget, so that if the worst case scenario happens, we'll have the flexibility to make reductions the following year. So again, these numbers are based on the revenues remaining flat. They're based on the tax extensions being approved, which remains to be seen. And you can see that next year, with the action that we've taken to date and the budget reductions that we've taken to date, we'll finish next year. We'll still be deficit spending, so we're still overspending next year by $30 million. However, because of our large reserve, we'll still have a $36 million reserve in surplus. Of course, that will help for the subsequent year, and that's where we start getting into the challenges of balancing the budget. We'll be about $25 million short that year, and then, of course, with the raises compounded, we're back to a $122 million problem the year after.
Sorry, Ron, do you show the additional May revised revenue anywhere here?
It's in the revenues, but it's not pulled out anywhere else.
Okay, and how much are you assuming of that?
It's about $36 million,
okay.
Yes. It's $36 million undeficited. It's $32 million if we apply the deficit. So we're using the $36 million figure currently. So that's part of the revenue, row number 2. So again, this is the staff recommended budget, and you can see that even with this, we'll be looking at $25 million worth of solutions for the following year, and then another $100 after that. Again, if taxes are extended and if the reductions from the state are mitigated. If the taxes are not extended, as we've showed before, and assuming that the K-12 hit of closing that $11 billion gap that's left for the state to close, if our share of that is $1.5 billion, which is the latest estimate from School Services of California, then as we shared last time, that's worth about $245 per ADA. So in that case, there would be no realized revenues, so revenues would not be flat, obviously, and we would have to make, we would still get through next year, 11-12, given the reductions that we've taken with a positive ending balance. However, the following year, you can see we're in a negative ending balance and we're deficit spending almost $100 million, and we'll need to find $80 million of reductions in the worst case scenario. So again, this is not, and this may be unlikely, but it is still a possibility, this worst case all cuts budget. So the alternative budget scenarios that we've run for the board tonight and we'll share with you, again, we would like to view through a multi-year lens and look at the 3-year impacts, again, of decisions that may be discussed, hopefully, and debated tonight. So recall that in our staff recommended budget for the 2012-2013 year, which we just reviewed, our shortfall was about $25 million. In these extensions, in these scenarios, that shortfall at best more than doubles, and at worst increases, well, quadruples, right, at least. So this is just the following year's implications. And in each of those cases, obviously, to close that gap, we would need to look at more layoffs, given that 90% of our budget is people. So we'll take a look at these scenarios briefly. So the first scenario is restoring next year K through 3 class sizes to 24-1. And in this scenario, again, we make it through next year with a positive ending balance. The following year, we're deficit spending, and we have a shortfall of about $54 million. If no other action is taken, you can see the out years is $168 million.
Mr. Little,
Please.
On that slide, the 12-13 shortfall that you're projecting, as you said, with the tax extensions.
Correct. These are with tax extensions.
That's when the negotiated salary raises go into play?
That's the first year of our negotiated salaries going. Correct. That
and
year.
How much is the budget impact on expenditures of the 12-13 salary?
District-wide, it's about $22 million.
Okay. Thank you.
And I thank you for that point. Remember, all of these scenarios include the assumption that we're getting the tax extension and the revenue is flat, which, of course, is a big assumption. This scenario has class sizes at 20-1 for 29 of our schools. That were.
I'm sorry. Are you assuming the furlough days end in 12-13 too?
That's correct.
And that's an increased cost of about $19 million?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. So of this $53 million deficit, about $22 million is in salary increases, and about another $19 million is in restoration of the furlough days.
Generally, that's the case.
Okay.
Yes.
So a little over $40 million.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, Ron, could you, before you
Sure.
go back to this slide, the impacts of the alternative budget funding scenarios. So this is one at a time. So in other words, if we went to K-3, it would cost 53, or it would leave us with a shortfall in 12-13 of 53. If we went partial 20-1, the impact would be 56. Okay.
Correct. And
okay,
if we went to...
All right, so I understand. And the what's the average salary figure you're using in these?
We're using $87.5 still for the average teacher salary.
That includes benefits.
That includes, yes, thank you.
Yeah.
So about $87,000 with benefits, do you know how much it is for the actual salary?
$65,000. So the salary is $65,000. Then we have about 14 to 15% of statutory taxes. Plus, we have over $12,000 of health and welfare costs that make up the $87,000.
So the average salary is $65,000. The beginning salary is 40.
I don't know the beginning salary off the top of my head. About $49,000-$50,000, I believe.
39.
39. 40.
Okay.
So, folks, we're going to really look. I've got to ask people to please let Mr. Little continue. Let's make sure that we can listen to the presentation and the questions for now.
Okay. So that's scenario 1. Scenario 2, with K-3 class size 20-1 at 29 schools and 24-1 at the remaining schools. You can see, again, it's a $56 million impact in the out year, 2012-2013. And again, these are assuming tax extensions and flat revenues. Scenario 3 is the K-3 restoration at 24-1, plus some additional certificated restoration, plus some additional classified restoration. That takes the out year up to $64 million that we need to find in 2012-2013 to balance the budget. And the final one is the K-3 at 20-1 across the district, again with the tax extensions. And in this scenario, there's about a $100 million problem that we'll be dealing with in 2012-2013. So those are the 4 scenarios. Briefly, the other risks, and we talked a little bit about federal funding. We still do not have direction from the federal government or the state with respect to the actual levels of funding for next year. But what we're hearing through the CDE is that we should expect some decrease in Title I funding. I believe that our connections there have said it could be as little as 5% or it could be as high as 10% next year. There's more schools that qualify, so the money has to be spread out. So school districts will receive less, for generally speaking. Title II is also being challenged. We're looking at perhaps a 15% reduction for next year. Again, we expect some confirmation in the next week or two. This money, of course, funds a lot of professional development. A lot of the A through G work that we were planning to begin next year would use these funds to use the professional development work as well as some positions. So obviously, to the extent that we had to move positions, most of which are certificated, into the general fund unrestricted to cover, that would be some additional risks that are not currently in the budgets. We expect this to fall out over the next week or two, and as that does, we'll bring back updates to the board with respect to some recommendations. And this is simply a comparison. Remember, this year's actuals include a carryover, and next year there is no carryover, and it does not include the 10% loss. And again, we'll bring more detail with respect to Title I and Title II next year. I'm sorry, next meeting. So in closing, again, we're recommending a 3-year budget with no restorations that will protect the long-term fiscal solvency of the district. Again, what we're proposing and recommending complies with the county's guidance. It will protect our trans funding and the viability of getting the short-term loan that we need. It will reduce our multi-year deficits to more manageable levels, and of course because of that, have less impact on staff and programming in the out years.
Okay. I'm sorry.
So, next steps: first reading on June 14th, second reading the following week, and then adoption the week after.
Okay. What I'm going to ask right now is each board member to ask clarifying questions, and then we'll do some public speakers. Ms. Jackson.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation. Mm-hmm. Let's go back to page 6, please. On page 6, please refresh my memory. Page 6, yes. And CPI, what is CPI again?
Consumer Price Index, so it's a cost of living increase.
Okay. And so you're saying it's going to increase for our materials and our contracted services? And I guess my question there is, I thought we were trying to decrease the amount of contracted services So I'm trying to understand what number you might be looking at there.
Sure.
Because even though you're saying that it's a 2% increase on the index, it
Sure.
should not be an increase in service because we were trying to streamline those contracts.
That's correct. We've made significant reductions in the level of contracted services for next year, but on those that remained, we're projecting a cost increase. So that's the CPI piece.
Okay, on page 15.
Excuse me, just for a moment, to talk a little bit more about contracted services and supplies. Next week, you're going to see a large consent agenda, upwards of 80 items. We're going to be buying or setting contracts for food, special education services, IT licenses. What we can't control will be the actual pricing by our providers, even as we go through competitive, lowest responsive and responsible bidder. These CPI numbers are what are put out there by authoritative economic analysis outlets. And that's what gets factored in. For example, we could not have predicted the incredible roller coaster ride of fuel costs this year to the tune of over $1 million additional dollars. So you use these authoritative factors when you do your planning, and if they hold, you're good. If they don't, and in the case of the fuel, if they go way up, we're in trouble. That's an additional unforeseen cost.
But I understand that, but I also share my concern that there are some items, and I feel very strongly that we should be negotiating, those contracts down. We should be, ending some of the contracts that we've had with people for a very long time, and some of those things need to be renegotiated. Mm-hmm. And that's what I expect to be happening. On page 15, please. On page 15, I'm looking at line number 2. And again, help me refresh my memory. Next year, you're showing that we have 700 for revenue, 747 million.
Correct.
Right. And then the following year, and that's supposedly getting more money this year.
Including May revised.
Right, including May revised. In 2012, you have us having more money, even though earlier you said that our ADA amount of students are going down.
Correct.
So our students are going down, so I'm not understanding if our students are going down and everything is flat, how can you predict that we're going to be receiving more revenue in the out years?
That would be a reflection of the COLA in 2012-2013. So that 3% COLA on top of the revenue limit is worth somewhere around $20 million in that year. And then, of course, that compounds the following year's 2.7 COLA. So we get, an additional
Are you deducting the amount of ADA, though?
Yes.
So even with the deduction, so you're reducing the amount of students, and then you're adding in 3%, and we're still going to get a bump?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Can
I just follow up since we're on the same line? The difference between the 763 for this year and the 747 next year, is that largely the loss of the jobs bill, the federal jobs bill?
Yes.
Okay.
And is the COLA, when is the last time we got a COLA?
I believe the last COLA we received was 2007, 2008.
But it is...
Although I could be wrong. It could be 2008, 2009. It's been at least 3 years.
Positive COLA.
Yes, positive COLA.
So you're projecting in the governor's revising ahead this positive COLA.
That's what the county is recommending, and that's what the School Services California is recommending.
Thank
correct.
you.
Okay. On page 18.
18.
On 18, so at the bottom of page 18, you're saying that we would have to do an additional layoffs in order to achieve those deficits. And my question was, how can we be restoring? Because if we reduce class size, that means more people, okay? But you turn around and say we got to lay off people. Right. So that doesn't equate,
right?
Because I can see that total amount if we're just adding more people in, but if you're saying we have to lay people off, then that doesn't balance right now. Maybe it can clear later, but right now that kind of struck me as odd. On page 19, I guess it goes to page 20 really. If we're going to do K-3 at 29 schools, are those our 29 lowest performing elementary schools?
That's correct.
Okay. And then my final note here was on page 25.
So let me just, those are the schools that currently have the K-2 class size reduction. Is that, how do we determine the 29?
Those were the ones that had the 16.5
Yeah.
to 1 ratio. Right?
Okay, our lowest performing,
Correct,
performing schools. Okay, and then on page 25, I just need to recheck those numbers because this year, I thought we only had $44 million in Title I, and you got 49 here.
Yes.
So where did that came from last year or something?
The $44 million was the entitlement, so that was the new money, and there was about $5 to $5.5 million of carryover.
Okay.
And that's what we shared at the last meeting, I believe.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
Short-term memory here. I'm getting older,
Thank you.
Meetings are getting longer.
Okay, so thanks, Ms. Jackson. We're doing clarifying questions right now. Any other board members? I had a couple. Page 4. So we're saying that we've got new trends in projected district-wide ADA. That's a new trend since the second interim.
Correct.
And what has produced that new trend? I mean, what's the new analysis that's resulted?
Well, the trend hasn't changed. I think our understanding of the trend has changed. So while we've been hearing that attendance has improved, which is true, the ADA, because our enrollment has decreased, has not been improving.
But what is I'm trying to understand the difference between what these figures were at the second interim and what they are now.
Yeah, at the second interim, they were fairly flat.
And why now? What analysis have we done, is my question.
Right, we looked at Roy's numbers again versus the attendance factor that we've been trending to, basically. So there's been an increase. Over the past 3 years, we've been declining in enrollment at about 0.75%. And in re-looking at Roy's numbers, it appears that we continue to decline at that level. So that's a 3-year trend. Actually, it's a 5-year trend. And so we've trended that for next year at 0.75%, and then in 2013, 2014, we went to 0.5%.
So Roy's analysis has not changed. It's been the costing of Roy's analysis?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Lower on the same page, page 4. So in the transfers including CCDC, so we estimate $8.4 million for 11-12. However, my understanding of our current arrangement with CCDC is that number jumps in 12-13.
That's correct. It jumps in 2012, 2013.
Do we know?
So it's about 50. I think it almost doubles, $14 to $15 million of revenue.
So is that higher number reflected in the later analysis? It looks like under the assumptions, you're keeping it constant at 8.4.
Right. But I think the board's direction was to fund the positions that were restored with $7.3 million worth of CCDC.
So I just want to make sure that when we talk about available unrestricted revenue, that we're factoring in the higher number. And so my question is, have we in the...
Yes. If I could, so of the $15 million that we'll begin realizing in 2012, 2013, we've freed up $7.3 million, but the rest of it is committed to other expenditures. And of course, that's in a different fund.
Okay. So one of the things that I'm going to ask then is that we do a revised set of budget assumptions. Now, we haven't directed you guys to do this yet, but that we do a revised, at least alternative budget scenario where we would in fact commit all of that CCDC revenue to general fund unrestricted in the out years.
Okay.
No, I know. But yes, I'm asking for a revised. Page 5, health and welfare benefits premium increase.
Right.
So we've got an assumption of 4.8% in 11-12, and then 7% in the following years. And how does that track with what we've seen over the course of this year?
Again, the 5-year average of health and welfare premium increase has been about 7%.
Right, but my understanding is that we've, in the redesign of the plans, we've achieved some, savings or reduction in increases, and it seems like, so rather than, I would think about rather than a 5-year trend, that we look at since the changes since the plan redesigns.
Right. So the 4.8 reflects the redesign of the plans. So that's with the premium reductions, and that's why the increase is not as high in that year as it is in the out years. Again, we're expecting that each year we're going to increase by somewhere between 7 and 10%. So we can go back and check those numbers.
And maybe give a dollar figure for what those assumptions. Yeah. Okay. So page 6, special education.
Mm-hmm.
So our general fund unrestricted contribution, we're assuming 122 next year, and then that jumps pretty significantly in following years. So is the 122, after all the work that Joe Fulcher and his department have done, are we still projecting that we'd be up to 122?
We are, yes.
Okay. And then what causes the projected increases up to 141 and 150?
Again, the step and column movement and the raises kick in those 2 years.
So when we talk about step and column and raises, I guess one of the things that I've always had a little trouble with is we seem to break that out, separate the special ed portion of that from the rest of the and it seems like it might make sense to just keep it in one place. So are we? I guess are we double counting
right.
here?
And I would say we're not double counting.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. Let's see.
While you're doing that, so help me with that part again, because I thought that the step and column was altogether $17 million. Altogether means everybody.
It means district-wide. Exactly.
It means district-wide.
Right, exactly.
But then here, we're getting almost a $20 million jump, and you're saying it's just special ed.
There's the step and column, and then there's the salary increase, right? So and the furlough days are reinstated in 2012, 2013 as well. So those three factors.
So those three factors all together is how much?
That's correct.
All together.
I'd have to go back and validate those numbers. Then I'm sure there's some other CPI increases in there, but that accounts for the $20 million difference.
But all together.
Correct.
Not just that. My question, though, is that if he says that step and column for the entire district is $17 million, and now he's going to add the raises and the other items, how much is it all together for the entire district? Not just special ed, but for the entire district.
Step and column for the entire district is probably closer to $17.5–18 million.
Right.
This fiscal year we're in now.
Correct. And then what we really want to focus on, of course, is the impact to the general fund unrestricted. So when we do our analysis, we look at the GFU implications as well as the special ed piece of
even before we
the
go to
contribution.
special ed, I just want to know the
Sure.
big picture.
Sure.
And the raises?
And the raise is $22 million across the district for 12-13 and 23 for the following year.
Okay. All right.
And we can break that out for you further.
And also making sure that we're keeping everything in the unrestricted portion of that.
Correct.
Okay.
Right. Because I only got the $40 million, and he's saying half of that is special ed, and special ed is not half of our staff.
The furlough days.
Yeah, I share Ms. Jackson's questions about that, but if we can break that
We'll bring
out.
that back with some more detail.
Then the only thing that I would ask, and I know that there's been a lot on your plate. I'm on page 19. So we've been asking for, assuming we could, for instance, with the K-3 at 24-1, assuming if we restored those positions, we could fill them by recalling teachers who have currently been laid off. What is the actual cost of recalling those teachers? And so I understand that you're working on that. Do you have a sense of when you'll have an answer to that?
Certainly by the next meeting.
Okay. So here's what I would ask tonight, and I hope it's not unreasonable. is it possible, we're going to have public comment, we're going to have additional discussion among the board. Is it possible that tonight, while we're having this conversation, you could run these alternative budget scenario number 1, number 2, and number 3, and number 4 by simply using a $65,000 average rather than an $87,000 average for the positions that would be used to be restored to get to these different scenarios?
We could. I would just say that we have run some analysis. So what we know is that we're building a budget on average salaries. The budget that we submit to the county is based on average salaries. That average is a real number, right? It's the mean of all 8,000 teachers, all 8,000 certificated employees that we have. When we projected our savings of the $115 million that we required to balance the budget, we used average salaries, right, to determine that savings level. So that savings was worth, say, $70 million. As we look at the actuals of the 780, 800 employees that were impacted by the layoffs, we're looking at a number based on actual salaries closer to $55 million. So there's a gap in the savings.
Say that again.
So on the average salary, we're looking at about a $70 million savings moving into next year. When we use actual salaries, that takes it down to about $55 million.
Yes, I know, and we've had this conversation. Right. I just want to make sure that we're apples to apples. So if we take budget scenario number 1, and that on page 19, and to get back to 24-1, K-3,
no, correct.
We know that the people who would be recalled in order to fill those positions, I think we could reasonably assume that their salary plus plus benefits total compensation is less than $87,000. These are folks at the lower end of the
correct
seniority scale, and my guess is, and we could be off on this, but my guess is a total compensation figure of closer to $65,000 is probably more accurate. So I understand the point that you're making about the savings projections, but here we're just simply talking about a revenue and expenditure. So that in the expenditure column under scenario 1, $671 million, off the top of your head, I'm sorry, Ron, about how many teachers would we be adding back to get to 24?
About 225 teachers.
Okay, so you've got 225 teachers at $87,000 apiece in that 671 figure.
Correct.
So if we could look at what those 225 are at a $65,000 figure and just run that scenario for the others, if it's possible to even produce that tonight.
We can certainly do that.
I would appreciate that.
And again, but when they go back into the budget, they go in at 87.5. That's how the budget's set up.
I just want to look at it in terms of the revenue expenses figures here. Okay. All right, that's all that I have.
Okay. A couple of questions.
Yeah.
Let me see here just a second. Going back to page 13 on the trans note, I know all these terms are thrown around and learning and what everything is, but basically what we're saying, the state has been deferring the money that they're sending us, right? And so we keep borrowing money to pay our current expenses, right?
Correct, yes.
And so we have to go out on the market and get this money that we don't have that we're going to get later on. And if I understand right, they make their own determination about whether or not they're going to give us that money.
That's correct.
And that's what do they base that on about whether or not we're worth giving the money to, loaning the money to?
They base it on a lot of factors. One, of course, is our credit rating, and obviously to get a short-term loan of that size, you have to have an excellent credit rating, which we do currently. They also look at our cash flow projections, so they'll take it into account what we anticipate spending each month and watch our cash flow throughout the year to make sure that we can pay back their loan loan, obviously, when it becomes due. Of course, they take in the economic climate, both macro and micro. So they'll look at the state's economy and the state budget and the likelihood of the state being capable of closing its $11 billion gap. It'll look at the assumptions that we build our budgets on as well as the cash flow on. So if one of those assumptions is that the taxes are going to be extended and K-12 will suffer no more reductions, that's going to be a risky assumption perhaps for some of the rating agencies and or investors. What we do know is that there's been quite a few trans issued over the last 2 weeks for school districts and counties, and the investors are being much more selective about who they're lending to and the amount of those short-term loans.
So how much do they take into consideration the budget plans for the second and third year? I mean, they're loaning us the money for right now to get through till, payroll in September and October.
Correct.
How much are they paying attention to what's going on in the second and third year as far as us having budgeted for that?
For the most part, since it's a short-term loan, they're focusing on the current year. So usually 1 year out, but they do take a look at your fiscal stability over a snapshot of about 3 years.
Okay. So then on page 15, when we're looking at the shortfall versus the surplus, and at the end, the last line, 11-12, we have $36 million that we haven't spent yet, and then we're 24 or 25 million in the hole in 2012-2013.
Correct.
Now, this is based on not restoring anything that we've already restored.
That's
okay.
No further restorations. That's true.
Right. And if we were to restore all employees, would that $36 million cover it?
No, of course not. I think we have $68-70 million of certificated and about $20 to $25 million of classified, big picture.
So it would take 90-some million.
Correct.
Okay.
90 to 95 million to restore all employees.
And then if that 36 million is spent, then that's carried over to the following year in terms of that. Then it would be a $60 million deficit the following year.
Actually, it would be double that. If we would spend it this year, and then we would spend it the following year. So it's actually $72 million less that we would have as an ending balance in 2012-2013.
Okay. And then just one other question as we're going through all these numbers, and I know people have their own views of what's going on with these numbers and how they're being calculated. Have you been contacted by any employee groups or anyone to send over accountants or auditors to go over these numbers with you? Have they asked to do that?
Not to my knowledge, no.
The superintendent, have they asked that? Would you be willing to do that if there were people from the employee groups that wanted to scrub through these numbers with the district staff? Okay, because all of us are amateurs in this, and I think the only way that someone can really go toe to toe with you on all of this is having another professional. Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. That's it for my questions.
Okay. Kevin, did you have any questions?
Oh, yeah. Okay. Let's start with the 7% increase that you had mentioned earlier, that in 2011-12 and going forward, that you were projecting about a 7% increase in health and benefits. Last year you said it was 4.8%. Is that right?
Well, what we're projecting for next year, we're projecting a 4.8%.
Okay. At the last board meeting, a couple people spoke about VEBA and how that's had an impact on benefits and the increases. Do you remember what they said at the last board meeting in terms of the increased cost last year and the year before?
I don't recall
remember.
The comments.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Oh, you said it was flat, so a 0% increase?
Yes, for the county year 2011 because we went to major plan redesign.
Okay.
Then you lose that additional savings that you now go back into the maintenance of your plans.
Okay.
To that normal growth of the existing.
Okay. So, that's interesting.
So one of the challenges is our health and welfare calendar is the calendar year. The budget is, of course, July through June.
Okay. So at the last board meeting, these people had said that there was a zero increase or a flat that particular year for that. Okay. My second question is, has there ever been any? This is kind of along the lines of, I think, kind of like what Mr. Evans was alluding to or thinking about. Has there been any outside auditors or anything that have verified our projections, our numbers, or just kind of, a third party that's kind of just double checked?
We don't have any outside consultants coming in to look at our numbers at this point.
Right, I understand. Does the state do like an annual audit or something like that of our books to see that we're in the right track?
We have our own external auditors who come in once a year to review our books and our projections.
When do they do that?
Once we close the books at the end of the year, and once we bring our unaudited actuals to the board for their approval in September. Typically that work starts in November.
Okay.
And then we bring an audit report back to the board, I believe in November or December, sometimes as late as January. Ideally, it's before the calendar year ends in December.
Okay, so but the budget year is July 1st, right?
It begins July 1st.
So then from July 1st to December 31st, there's this outside audit of the books and stuff like that. Okay. I know you are new to the district as a CFO. Did you have the opportunity to look at past audits? How did we do? How accurate were our projections of your predecessor? Do you know that? Or
I have reviewed some past audit reports, and the ones that I have reviewed were unqualified opinions, which of course are the best opinions that auditors give agencies and entities.
Sure.
Have I looked at the assumptions of prior years?
Yeah, I know it's kind of hard to, I'm just kind of curious, how accurate has the collective staff that you're working with, and I know you're a different person, so you're probably doing a better job in some areas, and so I think that it's kind of hard. It'll be better, I think, for us to look back. There's always 20/20 hindsight. That's always a little the best perspective on things. Okay, and then I think it was asked earlier, what's the starting salary of a teacher?
I believe I heard about $40,000.
$40,000 about? Okay.
And we could ask.
Okay, I'm just asking questions to try to make sure there's clarity.
$38,347.
Okay, $38,000, and you round it up or down, and right, and then and we all recognize that then you factor in other employee costs like. Health care and dental care and that kind of stuff. Okay. All right. Number 3. If we go to 29.5 to 1 student ratios in kindergarten through 3rd grade, I don't want to round it up to 30 to 1. People don't like it when you round up numbers in the media. If we, they say that you're not being truthful when you round anything off, so don't do that. Okay. So 29.5. So we're going to chop our kids in half. And then one teacher will have 29.5, another teacher will have 29.5. Well, my question is, how much money will we lose in class size reduction dollars if we go to 29.5 to 1 in K through 3?
We would lose about $7.9 million.
$7.9 million.
Correct.
Okay. Don't round it off. So how did you explained in another meeting a couple of days ago how the class size reduction dollars, how we get all this extra pot of gold bonus money from Sacramento. I mean, money they just give us. How is that calculation made?
The state, in an effort to keep class sizes low, rewards those districts that staff classes with a lower student-to-teacher ratio. There's a lot of ratios, but basically for about each student in a class size reduced classroom generates about $1,000 of potential revenue.
What reduced? At what reduction level do you get the $1,000 per child?
It starts at 20 to 1.
Okay, so at 20, you get $1,000 for each child.
Correct. Right.
Extra, free money, just bonus.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes. And then for when you go up to, I think it's 21.5, you get another amount, and then you get less, right? So you get
at 24, what is it?
At 24, I believe currently, and part of the reason that the school districts are taking advantage of this now is because the state has relaxed the penalties. So in the past, if you had higher class sizes, the amount of money you generated was significantly less. So at 24 to 1 in the past, maybe you realized 60% of that $1,000 or $600. Now the state has relaxed the penalties, and instead of getting 60% of the $1,000, you now get 80% of the $1,000 at 24 to 1.
So at 24 to 1, you get $800 per child. Is that only for the first 20 children in the classroom?
For the first 20, correct.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. And then the other 20, or the other 4 students in the classroom, you get nothing.
They don't generate any additional
Zero,
revenues.
zilch.
Correct. That's
okay.
Right.
All right. And so how much money, what's the difference between us going to 29.5 and us going to 20 to 1?
I believe that was scenario. Let's see.
No. How much money in class size reduction dollars?
Let me take a look here. Which slide that is? Going to 20 to 1?
Page 22.
Right.
22.
Does it have a separate line on class size reduction revenue dollars from Sacramento?
It's part of a calculation we do and submit an application.
Right, I just want that.
Right,
I would really
exactly.
appreciate that number.
So it looks like the salaries, so to add back in, this is approximately 622 teachers, and the salaries are about $52 million, $50 to $52 million to add those in, and the revenues that are generated are $22 million.
So $22 million.
Correct.
I haven't heard that big of a number before.
Mm-hmm. Because we've been
I've
focusing,
heard
we've been focusing
I've
on
heard
the net
14
cost.
million, I've heard 19 million, I've heard 11 million, I've heard lots of numbers. I've never heard $22 million in extra money.
We've been working on the net impact, so we've been sharing that number. So the $14 million is the net impact between the salary costs and the revenues generated to the general fund.
Okay. Wow, that's a lot of money. Okay, number 4. How much would it cost to restore VAPA?
It depends what you mean by restore. So we've provided 15 additional music teachers.
Okay, so from the budget from the last superintendent's budget proposal, I believe there was some because in the initial budget proposal, VAPA was pretty severely cut, right? And then you and the superintendent worked together to try to identify resources, and you restored some of the VAPA,
correct?
Right. So those are band and orchestra teachers in elementary and middle school,
correct?
Right. Okay. So you restored some of those, and you found the money, and God bless you for that. Seriously, and how much would it be to finish that and get that back up?
I think to completely restore VAPA to the level that it was is probably another $1.5 million. That would be
probably
another 14 to 15 FTE that would be required.
Because I remember, maybe I'm wrong. Was it 1.3 million or was it 1.5?
1.3 is what we restored.
Okay.
Right.
So then you restored 1.3, and then to take VAPA back up is 1.5 million. Okay. I just want to make sure that my numbers are accurate, because I get a lot of different numbers depending on the day. Okay. And how many schools are serviced by VAPA right now? Do we know about? I'm sorry, I should have...
I can say all of the high schools, all of the middle schools.
Okay.
And currently the schools, I can go from the other direction, schools that would lose their seed program.
Okay, how many would... Because I want to try to better understand the budget and how it impacts on music education across the district. Okay.
We have some seed programs that are at middle schools and also one at Crawford, one at PB Middle, Knox, Grant, Muirlands, and Memorial all had support from the VAPA department, in addition to any music class that they might have offered within their day to grow it towards the high school.
Okay.
So those are currently not provided for in the budget.
Yeah, I went to this concert last night, and boy, that Grant band and orchestra, they are fantastic. They have... So in terms of the budget and the PowerPoint slide, can any Title I money be used to keep band and orchestra teachers at schools?
I don't believe so.
No. So no?
That's correct.
Okay. No. So then if there's a rollback in services to elementary schools, and some schools can raise money to retain band and orchestra programs, then other schools are just going to have to go without. Is that because they can't use Title I funds? Maybe they don't have a foundation or PTA or PTO. So then would that result in inequality of opportunity in terms of music education for kids? Or
Superintendent.
Yeah. And Kevin, these are great questions. I just want to, at this point, keep clarifying questions for Ron about the
Okay,
presentation.
I'll try better to tie it back into the slides. Okay, thanks. Okay. All right. Okay, let's go on to the trans, because I think that's pretty important. Okay, and so you have how much of a trans note did we need? I think you had mentioned that we're going to try to get a trans note of how much was that again?
Somewhere between $230 and $235 million.
230 to 235 million. Okay, can we look at slide 14? Okay. All right. Now I look at this. The negative cash balance, and I added up 21.07, 83.60, and 65.16. I lined up my decimals and added them up, columns down, and I get 169.83 million. Does that sound about right?
Of those three figures, yes.
Okay, so the difference then, subtraction, when you hear the word difference, between... I'm sorry, I'm flashing back to my algebra class, but... So the difference between 230 million and let's round it up, 170 million is like $60 million, right? So is that just so that we'll have a little cushion?
Right.
So we'll have a little cushion?
We borrow from this throughout the entire year. So you can see there's other places on that chart where we're low and can't make payroll. So obviously in December...
Right, yeah. We need money to make payroll in September, October, and November, right?
And in December, our payroll is about $80 million a month. So you can see in December we would need to borrow some of that trans money to make payroll.
But when do we get our deferral from the Sacramento?
In January.
Okay. So then is the $66 million surplus in December, is that if the $235 million trans note goes through? Or
That's not a surplus. So that's our cash balance at the end of January. That's what's left in the bank to pay all our bills for December without the loan.
See, but
I'd be happy to provide a breakdown of how the trans is used. I didn't bring that with me this evening.
Okay. Because according to this graph, it just shows that the months, if you take all the months that were in the hole, it's like 100, if you round it up, it's like 170 million. So I was just wondering, I think it's prudent to try to get more so you have a little cushion. So I'm just trying to make sense of the numbers, because when I look at it and I see, oh gosh, okay, we need 170 million to make payroll in those 3 months, and then we're going on borrowing 230 million, and then the difference is $60 million, and that's a little
Can
cushion.
I ask you a question? Actually, December though is the other 70, as I understand it. So That's where the other 70 is, and we don't borrow it all in one chunk. So it's just at the end of, or not, whatever that last date is, June. I'm sorry. Yeah,
is that a stress ball in your hand? Left hand? Oh, okay. I'm just...
I went up and got it.
Sorry.
It's if I have an idea. It's a light bulb. So.
Okay. Because if we don't get the deferral from Sacramento until January, then we will need that money for December.
Correct.
So, okay, all right. The other question I have is, where's the slide where it talks about the attrition?
I didn't include a slide on attrition for this presentation.
Okay. So we're not looking at attrition. Okay. All right.
There is a memo in here about attrition.
Oh, okay.
You have a memo in your folder on attrition that shows
right. Yeah, I just wanted the numbers, the millions of dollars from attrition, to see if maybe that fits in here somewhere. Or so I'm just asking questions about where, because I didn't see it in the budget here. Okay. So then also the next question I have is about projecting ADA, because some of the schools are saying that they've had, I don't want to name any names, but that they've had 800 kids every year, and every year the demographer from the school district says, oh, next year you're going to have 700, and sure enough they have 800 the next year. And and some schools are going to be a little up and some are going to be a little down. To make sure that we're being fiscally responsible, how much of a cushion do we build into our ADA? Is like what?
We don't really build a cushion into the ADA, but what we do is we allocate staff on 99% of the ADA.
Okay, so then there's a 1%.
Correct.
So we look at a 1%. Okay,
that's correct.
How much money does that represent in terms of the school district? Do you know about?
It's about $4 million.
$4 million.
In terms of the teachers that we hold back.
Okay, so we hold back $4 million worth of teachers. Right. Where do we put them?
They're in an excess holding tank, typically.
Okay, so then, okay. All right. The next question is about, was there any reduction in the state-mandated reserves?
A reduction. Yes, the state has lifted, so the 2% required reserve.
Okay, so we're supposed to, in the past we've had 2% reserve?
Correct.
Okay. And then what has the state changed that mandated reserve to?
I believe it's 1/3 of that. 1%. I believe half of that, sorry.
About 1%. Right. Okay. And
I think it's 1/3 of 1%, and then you have to repay that over a certain period of time. Bill, do you know?
Correct. Ron, let's restate the question.
2%. Yeah.
For a district our size of enrollment and budget, we're required to retain a reserve for economic uncertainty of 2%.
It's 2%. Correct. The state has relaxed that again.
Okay.
The county's direction is to keep it at 2%.
Right. So it's like we have two different authorities telling us two different things, right? Or at least establishing two different rules. It's kind of like, sometimes I have kids and, well, mom said I don't have to do my homework and dad says I need to do it, and
stick to that.
So right. So then in terms of the reserves, is that so the county is saying the reserves are at 2%, but the state has said the reserves are at 1%, right? The
state is saying if you need to dip into reserves, you can go down as low as 1%. We don't recommend it, of course, but that's the flexibility.
Why
the county is saying to be more fiscally prudent, we are recommending that you stay at 2%, especially in these fiscal times.
So you said that the state said you can go down to a 1% reserve so that you can dip into it to do what? Maybe keep teachers or
I don't know what the state said exactly.
Okay.
I just
I'm curious because I heard about it and I just wanted to find out what's this issue with the reserves.
On that point, 1%? My understanding is that if we dip below the 2% and then we went down to, I think it's 1/3 of 2%, because I think we did this last year to cover that.
Yes, we did.
That we've got a time period in which we need to build that back up.
That's
and
correct.
What's that time period?
I'll have to check. I believe it was 1 year. Right, 1 year.
1 year.
We're anticipating SDA
Yes.
coming in right away to replenish.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just my board member takes it down to that minimum threshold.
You come to the mic because I can't hear you. I can barely hear what you're saying.
It's a little bit hard.
Take your mic or something. Or
Ms. Shacklefield was saying that we did that last year at the adopted budget. We were anticipating some SDA revenues coming in to make up the difference, which they did, and that's how we got back to the 2%. Okay. And I believe Ms. Shacklefield was saying the board at that time said that we wanted to maintain the 2% reserves, although, of course, that's not a policy, but that was the direction of the board moving forward.
At that time, that board. Okay. So how much money is that? What's the difference? Because I don't know. What's the difference between the 2% and the 1/3 of 2%? Or
well, 2% is there on our assumptions. It's $22 million generally, correct?
Okay, so that's $22 million. Wow, that's a lot of money. Okay.
It's this, Kevin. It's on any of these, like page 22. It's line 8, the economic uncertainties reserve. That's the figure. That's the 2% figure. That's right, Ron.
Page
economic uncertainties. Yes. So if you look at
what line item?
Sorry, if you look at page 15, and you look at line 8, required reserves for economic uncertainties. That's the 2% figure.
Line 8, yes, row 8.
Yeah.
Oh, so okay. So this is $22 million.
Correct, 22, 21. It varies. It's based on your expenditure levels, so it varies year to year. But somewhere between $21 and $23 million.
Okay. And we're holding on to that, or what are we with your budget projections in the out years?
It remains in the reserves, correct.
Okay, so we don't use that.
Correct.
Even though the state says you could.
It's in reserves.
Okay, I get it. Okay, that's all I have for now. Thanks.
Mr. Pritt.
Okay. Any further questions? Anyone?
Mr. President.
Quick comment from Mr.
Very quickly before we start with public comment. I heard you talk about using the average versus the actuals. And you mentioned to the board briefly that the staff had decided to do that. And I guess the county is requiring to do that. And the concern that I have is, number one, I think that should have been a board decision, because when you talk about the difference between, you said, if we use the average, you have a 70. Is it a $70 million or 70?
The average salary is $65,000.
Okay, but when you use the average, you have
about $68 million worth of savings generated.
Right, and when you use real, you have
about 55.
Okay, and so the problem that I have with that is that the schools, and people don't get upset with me, other board members, the schools in my area, you're using the average, and most of their teachers don't make the average. Okay, so what happens is we develop this savings that benefits schools whose teachers make more than the average. And so what I had asked at one point in time was, tell me what it costs to run the school. What is the actual cost to run the school? Because it is not, I don't believe, it is fair for the schools who maybe their budget is $12 million, or probably less than that, but maybe it's like $6 or $7 million for the elementary school, because that is their staff to outfit that school, where a school that's similar in a different part of the community, it may be $10 million. So what we're doing is we're offsetting the neediest for the other area, and I think that the budgets have to be based on the actuals, but the board never had that conversation, and I think that is totally inappropriate, because when we look at not having those savings, again, the kids that need it most are getting shortchanged, and I say. So one of the things I would like, and this is just one board member, but I think that decision should be a board decision, whether or not we use actuals or we use averages. Okay.
And I would just add that what complicates the matter is that, we budget on positions. So what you're suggesting, which is true, is that the actual costs are a reflection of who's placed in those positions. But you're absolutely correct.
Absolutely. I know what I'm referring to. Believe me.
Yeah.
I'm verifying. But I think the board has to have that conversation, and we never did. And so rather than just putting it all back on the staff, if the board majority said they want to use averages, I think the public should know that versus actuals.
I want to understand what your one key comment. I have a question for you. Now, the sites are allocated by number of positions, right?
When the site, yes,
I'm asking you.
Okay.
So a site has a number of teachers per students, except in some sites, as you said, primarily in the lower performing district schools, which are maybe more in your district, the ratio is lower students to teachers, but it's number of teachers we allocate to the site, right?
But what happens is when you put the teacher in, if the teacher's total package is 68, thousand, what they're not putting in, they're putting in 80, whatever you guys haven't put in, 85. There's a difference there.
We're spending more money per teacher. So the number of teachers is the same. It's not. And you're also assuming that if a teacher's paid more, they're a better teacher.
No, that's not what I'm assuming at all. No, not at all. What I'm saying is that a school site, you started this.
I didn't start it. You made a comment which I think is inaccurate.
Well, let's go there. Yeah. A school site's budget should be its actual budget. When parents and board members, whomever go to see their budget, they should
Well, I don't have a problem with that.
My point is that
if you're using an average, inequity.
If you're using an average, it does, because we even have the data that shows that when you lay out the teachers, the teaching staff of this district, there is gross inequities north and south of the 8. We did that a couple of years ago, so we know those numbers. We have those numbers.
As far as number of teachers? You're saying there's more teachers per student north of the 8?
As far as their salaries are concerned.
I understand that, but how is that created? It means that we're spending more money for older teachers. And I agree that there are teachers that have been here longer that are paid more, and teachers who are here shorter that maybe should be paid more, but that doesn't mean they're better or worse teachers based on the salary they're getting. There are great teachers who've been here a year and great teachers who've been here 20 years.
I think you're missing the point.
I know what you're saying is we should know how much each site we spend, and I agree with you on that.
Exactly.
I don't have a problem with knowing that, but I don't agree that because on the actual salaries that you're spending less or more, that is what's creating the inequity, because every site there's Title I, there's other titles.
I think we should have a board discussion.
Well, I agree, but I don't think it's fair to say that because the teachers receive a higher salary that go to a specific school site, that the children are getting a better or worse education because of that.
I didn't say that at all. I didn't indicate that at all.
We're going to ask for Mr. Sober. I know wanted to jump in, and then we're going to go to public comment.
Yeah, we did a study about a year ago on salaries in different parts of the district, north of 8, south of 8, and we have that data we can provide to you. The data at that time showed there was no significant difference in salaries north and south of 8 across the district.
Okay. Okay. Let's go to public comment. Yes, Superintendent.
I think we need to clarify this issue of average salary. In budgeting across districts, and as a general tool, you use average salaries because at the end of all of the calculations, there are going to be plus-ups and downs, and they do average out. It's a budget planning tool. It's not an issue of the board saying yes or no. It is a part of the budgeting process. That's how it's done. And at the end, when you run the actuals later, you will do your matching and you will see how it will average out. It's a very complex process for $1 billion budget. And you just don't know when you're placing personnel and the shifts that occur between one budget planning cycle and next, what the actual numbers are until you run all the costs.
I really don't want to belabor this point because we want to get to the public comment section. But I remember that report, and I remember there being a very clear line of those salaries. Not only that, I really believe that if you look at the amount, and I asked this question about our leadership team, which will come up later, about the principals. I asked, what is the amount, if the staffing at a school has 3,000 students, what amount of money would that leadership team cost? So that we're looking at the same across the district. So if you're going to have averages and you're going to say that every person is worth X amount, okay, then what is that average? So to ensure that, so in my case, if you want to be fair about it, and whatever you average in for those teachers in my school, the school should get their money. If the schools got the money for what they put in, when they do their SPSAs and they put in a teacher that is making $68,000 and they put in this $85,000, then they should get that difference when they lay out all because what they're putting in as their budget. Their budget's based upon that. But they don't get that. What happens is they put that in, it's fluff, and then when it comes down to real life, all of a sudden they come in and they say, well, that didn't really cost us, because we're deducting here, and that changes. So we need to have a better understanding of that, because I'm not seeing where that benefits the neediest part of the district. Okay?
Mr. President, if I might make a comment on a point of information.
Yeah.
On the issue of beginning salaries, I've pulled up the salary schedule. The beginning salary for a teacher in this district, are with furlough days subtracted, subtracted, is $38,347. But under our contract, a new teacher can come in at any point on the salary schedule, up to 17 years of experience and up to 90 units of credit. So a beginning teacher could range from $38,000 to $78,000. It just depends where that person's experience is. So I don't want anybody to have the impression that all the new young teachers get $38,000. Some do, some don't.
Okay. So we're going to thank you, Mr. Little. Okay, one quick question. Sure, go ahead.
I'm sorry. So, and I understand the actuals versus averages. And that's how we calculated FTE allocations for teachers. We just said, okay, what's the average cost of a teacher and all that stuff. When we gave the sites the X factor dollars, did we, and when we, darn it, okay. So when we figured out the average cost of a teacher, did we include benefits like health care and all that stuff?
Yes, we did.
Okay, so when we looked at allocating teachers, we included health care benefits in an average.
Correct.
Right? Okay. Now, when we had X factor dollars, did they use actuals or averages? For classified employees, for secretaries and all that.
We used
averages.
Salaries,
okay.
Correct.
Averages. Okay. And did we include health care in that average?
Yes, it's all part of the yes.
So what if somebody scheduled somebody for 3.5 hours?
Then it was prorated. So
did they lose their benefits?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay. So then it. So then they lost their benefits. So did the school X factor dollars receive an average, be deducted an average as if that would have been with benefits or not?
The X factor was allocated basically on enrollment, right, and the weighting formula that we developed as a team.
Right. I guess I apologize. My question wasn't so much about how we gave the money to the sites, but how we let the sites spend it, right? So if let's say I had an employee working at my school, a secretary in the office to answer phones when parents want to call. And I took that person from 6 hours a day down to 3.5 hours. Does that person keep their benefits, their health care?
In that scenario, they would not.
Okay, so that person would lose their health care. Would I realize any benefit financially on my budget at the site?
It would cost you less for that staff that you were maintaining.
So I would, by taking away their health care, I spend less X factor dollars.
That's true, yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I think she said unless they're at a site.
If you have one employee
that is just at one site for 3.5 hours, yes, they lose their benefit. If they're at 2 sites in 1 week and still totaling 4 hours or more, they maintain those benefits, and we prorate the benefits across the 2 schools proportionately.
Okay. Do we know how many people lost their health care under this scenario?
We've not. Finance has not done that analysis.
We don't know. Okay. And then how many people did we say, well, we don't want to take away their health care, so we're going to go ahead and ask them to work at 2 sites? Do we have any idea how many
Again, I don't think finance has done that analysis.
Okay. Does the board care to know how many people were moved down to just under 4 hours so that they lost all their health care benefits?
Certainly, I'm interested in that.
Absolutely. Remember, this board directed as part of the budget, site budget, that, and doesn't mean it wasn't done, that the policy of this board was that you could not reduce a position an hour solely to save the money on health benefits. And that's the direction of this board. And I'm not saying it hasn't happened, but that is our clear direction, and we certainly should look at the numbers. I agree looking at the numbers.
Okay, but to prevent that happening to teachers, we averaged in their health care with their salary and said, this is a package deal. You got to take the teacher with the health care. And then with the X factor allocation, we allowed sites to lower the number of hours so that those people would lose health care, and then the sites would realize a financial impact at the site because that person lost their health care. Okay, thanks.
And remember, the X factor was above the basic teacher allocation, the basic principal allocation, and I believe the basic custodial allegation and electrical costs like that, and that we, quote, paid for that, and that was where the averages came in across the board, and then the site had a determination of what they wanted to do with their, quote, X factor, librarian, nurse, art, another teacher, etc. You're right.
I won't comment.
Okay. Not at all. Okay, so we're going to go till 7:30 with public comments right now, a minute apiece. So I will call up Chris Kratt, Michelle Sanchez, Aaron Nordlow, Sarah Bobier, Dennis Shamp.
Good evening. My name is Dennis Shamp. I'm a laid-off teacher at Lewis Middle School. John Lubbock, a British statesman, once said, if we are ever in doubt about what to do, it is a good rule to ask ourselves what we shall wish on the morrow that we had done. Truer words were never spoken. During past conversations, many of you have expressed the desire to question the status quo by making the morally correct decision to recall all of the layoffs. However, desire doesn't get things done. Moral courage does. Martin Luther King Jr. said, the time is always right to do what is right. There are 800 plus of us still waiting for this board to make the morally right decision. Mr. Little's haphazard budget contains too many inaccuracies for it to be used as a basis for these layoffs. Earlier today, I sent each of you a document outlining several items Mr. Little conveniently neglected during his presentation, such as average versus actual salaries, $16 million in savings from projected annual attrition, $20 million in class size penalties. Mr. Little chooses to emulate Moliere's miser Harpagon, holding his golden coins in a strong box rather than spending them on his family. A Japanese proverb states, the reputation of 1,000 years may be determined by the conduct of 1 hour. This is your hour.
Hi, Michelle Sanchez, Garfield High. Hello, school board members. I sincerely hope that tonight you do the right thing for our children and allow them to have access to their teachers, counselors, and nurses next school year and recall these unnecessary layoffs. Mr. Barnett, you have stated on your website that you want a stronger voice for parents and a say on how they run the school. Well, over 8,000 parents, teachers, and students have voiced their opinion, and they want their educators. They do not want layoffs. Mr. Evans, you have previously stated on your website as well, we cannot stand for hundreds of teachers being laid off. Thousands of students are dropping out and school board members who are too cautious to fight for funding for our children's education. The buck stops at the school board. We need leadership, not excuses. Mr. Evans, you are right. We cannot accept excuses. We do need leadership that will stand up and do the right thing for education. Ms. Jackson, you have stated the importance of rights, respect, and responsibility. You are right. We need to protect the rights of our youth to complete education. We need to respect them, and we need to make responsible decisions when we are provided accurate information and support our children. Mr. Barrera, you have quoted Margaret Mead, never doubt a small group and thoughtful, committed citizens that can change the world. Indeed, it's only that thing ever has. Board members, you are that small group tonight, and you can do the right thing and recall layoffs and protect our children. The money is there as provided different scenarios. Let's protect education and protect our children.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Christine Kratt. I'm currently a laid-off teacher from Florence Elementary. And I'd just like to impress upon the board that when you are figuring not to include attrition, when you are figuring that teachers will not be recalled until September, it's important to recall those teachers now, because over the summer teachers prepare for their classrooms, and it causes greater instability within the school to wait and hold your hands and say, well, we don't know what the budget will be, we don't know what attrition will be, we don't know what these numbers will be. Every single person that you do not recall and then in the end end up recalling is a person who is changing schools, is changing grade levels, and it's doing so needlessly. And it's causing parents to see an unstable school staff when those teachers end up placed somewhere else. So I urge you, if there are to be any recalls, that you do them before the post and bid process. You do them before it destroys the stability of our schools. Thank you.
All right, Aaron Nordlow, Sarah Bobier, Mary Canny, Raquel Flores, Dahlia Montiel, Dorothy Zirkle. Go ahead, Mary. Okay. Are any of those folks here? Anthony Orduno, Elvis Tello, Weishong Wong.
Dorothy Zirkle wasn't here, but the list that you're calling, they're all coming up right now.
Okay, great. Okay.
Good evening, Superintendent Koba and members of the board. This evening I had planned to have my second graders speak to you so that you could see the wonderful job that my staff is doing in our Spanish immersion program. However, they cannot speak, but they are here in mass and they have their signs. We want you to know a little about our school. Every day, every member of the staff, instructional and non-instructional staff, comes and gives 150%. Our achievement goals for this year, if we reach them, we will be at the district's goals for 2012-13. We are a high-achieving school as recognized by the state of California. However, tonight we have a severe concern about the continuation of our Spanish immersion program, and I'd like to introduce Mrs. Flores, one of our parents, who will bring you our concerns as a school staff.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Raquel Flores, and I'm a parent of a first grade Spanish immersion program student, a volunteer mom, and an ELAC member. The immersion program is designed to immerse children whose home language is English in Spanish instruction only. The goal is for students to be totally bilingual, biliterate, and bicultural in 2 languages. The children are taught all content areas in Spanish. Tonight, we feel it is imperative to stress the impact staffing and class size decisions will have on the Boone Spanish Immersion Program for the 2011-2012 school year. Superintendent Koba has visited Boone Elementary School 2 times this year. He and Dr. Campbell are always amazed at the academic progress the children are making. Our Spanish Immersion Program started in fall 2009 with 2 kindergarten classes. Currently, Boone has 4 classes, 1 kindergarten class, 1.5 grade 1 class, and 1.5 grade 2 classes. Next year, we are adding grade 3 to the program. Teachers, parents, and students are excited about the articulation. However, we face a serious problem. We are losing a teacher in the Spanish immersion program, and as we
thanks, Raquel. I got to limit it to a minute apiece. Thanks very much. Do you want to say something to wrap up?
Well, we would just ask you. We have the students now, and we need our teacher now. Dr. Canny has applied for emergency sort of help in the past, and we do need to have the teacher stay. and be considered now, because the contract that we have with parents is for the program to continue to grade 5. So you need to think
Thanks very much.
about that.
Okay.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Anthony Orduño. I am here to say that I don't want layoffs for our teachers. Our teachers work hard for students. They try to teach us all they can, and we need them at our school. Laying off our teachers is bad for our school, so please don't lay off our teachers. Even though we are in 5th grade and will be promoted to middle school, we want to leave Central knowing that our teachers are still there, continuing the great teaching. Again, please don't lay off our teachers. I defer my remaining time to Daniel Villegas.
Hello, my name is Elvis Tello. I'm here from the Cesar Chavez Service Club to ask you to keep Ms. Nunez and 8 other teachers like her from getting laid off. Our teachers have helped us so much. They're very worried about losing their jobs. I really hope that tonight you can vote again and decide that our teachers can stay at Central. They would be so happy, and so would I. I defer my remaining time to Daniel Villegas. Thank you.
Hi, how are you? My name is Dalia, and my son goes to Central School, and my son's name is Marco. He's been in several schools, and ever since he's been at Central Elementary, there's been a huge impact in his life. He's had the most amazing teacher, which is Mrs. Montana, and his grade level wasn't so good, and ever since she's been working with him consistently, she has helped him out tremendously to the point where now he's being considered for the GATE program. So to me, as a single parent, that's amazing in the impact that she has done in my son's life. And as well, I believe you can only expand to the size of your leader. Here at Central, each one of our teachers are great leaders. So before you make any drastic decisions, please make the right decisions. Keep the team of leaders together, because my son has benefit from each individual attention. Thank you so much.
Hello again. My name is Wei Zhanghua, and I'm here because I need to tell all you guys something important for our school, Central Elementary. Please keep our teachers working with our students. We need them, and it's the right thing to do. When you ladies and gentlemen were kids, your teachers support you were to be where you are today. And as time has passed, all of you got a good life and a better job. Now it's your turn to support us in education, not just us, but the whole district. I know that it's a tough job, but can you save our teachers for all of us? As I hope you can make a quick decision, because tomorrow is a new day. It's the beginning of our future. Thank you. And I also defer my remaining time to Daniel Villegas.
Daniel's getting everybody's time.
Hi, my name is Jeffrey Gaspar. I am here to represent Central Elementary and ask you to keep our teachers at our school. I have spoken to you before, but you did not vote to save our teachers. I hope that tonight will be the night that you will vote yes, so that our school can concentrate on learning. We are taking the CST this week. It would help us feel better if we knew that our teachers will be able to stay at Central Elementary. Please vote tonight to save our teachers. I defer my remaining time to Daniel Villegas.
Hello, let me introduce myself. My name is Daniel Villegas. I'm here to represent Central Elementary. I have heard that some of my favorite teachers are getting laid off. This makes me feel really sad. How could the teachers who help students learn to do their best getting laid off? This doesn't make any sense to me. Especially to some of the teachers, like Miss Matthew. She has been at Central for almost 8 years. Without my teachers, I couldn't fulfill any of my dreams. My dreams are about being in the Marines and becoming an officer, the best Marines. I want to get the Medal of Honor. To do this, I have to be very, very smart and be disciplined. I know that I will be in the Marines because the teachers at principals and vice principals at Central. They believed in me and helped me believe in myself. I think the best motto is the Central way. Work hard, be kind, dream big, and no excuses. That will prepare me to be in the Marines, the best Marines. These layoffs will not only affect my sisters and little brother. So right now my sister is in a kindergarten class with 18 students. After these layoffs, she might be in a class with in a first grade class with 30 students. How can she get the attention that she needs from many other students? I don't want these teachers to get laid off to my sister and my brothers, because they'll affect my sisters and brothers' dreams. So once again, I'm trying to get the word to anyone who can help us. Please save our teachers.
Good evening, board members. Babilia was my student in 4th grade at Central, and as you can see, she's kind of outgrown me. It comes as no surprise that Babilia is here tonight to participate in this democratic process. She is the dream that we believe in at Central. She came to this country that year with little understanding of English. Yet with heart and determination and the guidance of all of her teachers, she embodies our Central vision. She has worked hard, and now she is ready for college. Since 2004, the year she came to Central, we have had a stable staff. Please allow us to continue to work together as a strong community, because we are here for only one reason: the promise of children like Babilia and our Chavistas. Thank you very much.
My name is Babilia Koué, and I'm a high school student at Skips Ranch High School. Every school is a community, and not every teacher teaches the same way. My school, Central Elementary, is a community. I came from a country barely speaking any English, but they made me an effort to make me feel comfortable in my new home. Every year, hundreds of teachers retire, and that's enough cutoff for all of us. The more that are laid off, this isn't just a cut on teachers, but a cut off on our future. Education is not a privilege that anyone can take away, but a right that should never be taken away. The future cannot be built without people who teach how to build it. My first teacher served as an inspiration to me. I want to become a teacher. To be given a gift that is useful makes you want to give back, and that is how I feel. In every student that takes a journey in education isn't just building a future, but with the help of their teachers is building a strong character of a great individual that makes them who they will be. I'm a big dreamer, and I will continue to be, to widen my horizon. Nothing in my life comes easy, so I will also continue to work hard, because all that is going on is not going to make the future for us any simpler. Even in high school, but I still follow the Central way. Work hard, be kind, dream big, and no excuses.
Good evening. My name is Cindy Martin. I'm the proud principal from Central Elementary. I'm standing here on behalf of the 900 students that attend our school and all of the children in San Diego Unified, because I continue to believe in the promise and hope of public education. You saw the speakers tonight. You funded our school in ways that allowed us to create what you saw tonight. You gave us the dollars that we needed to create a high-quality, local, neighborhood public elementary school that's achieving. And tonight you saw the results, not just in the test scores, but what we believe in. It's critical that you make decisions quickly, because we still stand at Central to lose 10 of our 38 teachers. Everything that you've invested in is going to go away. I'm asking you to protect the investment The most junior teacher at Central Elementary was hired in 2005. That was 6 years ago. We spent a lot of money on those teachers and invested in those teachers. We need to keep that investment and not let it go away. The private schools and the charter schools would be happy to get our money and what we invested in. They're waiting to take that investment. We need to at least stabilize this district and recall notices at least till 2005 tonight. There was a huge number of teachers hired that year. We spent a lot of money on them. Please help us protect that investment. Thank you.
Okay, Stephen Lutbeg, Becky Breedlove, Amy Blatt, Aaron Southam, David Hare, Elaine Sabetti.
Good evening. My name's Steve Lutbeg. I am a proud graduate of Crawford High School, class of 1965. And in for the last year and a half, it's been my privilege to be a full-time teacher at the Crawford School of Law and Business. After a career of roughly 40 years practicing law, owning and operating a business, I got back on the merry-go-round, largely as a result of a wonderful principal, Dr. Patrick Holland, known to student and staff alike as Doc. We had a shared vision for the direction of the school. In a year and a half, we've made a lot of progress. We have revised the curriculum to make it more rigorous and to make it more relevant. We had a very positive experience in piloting a on-campus teen court. Over the summer, we built a courtroom, a law library, which is now home to the Crawford Center for Social Justice, and the permanent home for teen court. What these kids who you'll be hearing, they're asking for nothing more than equity. And it really saddens me that they even have to be here to ask. Thank you very much.
I'm Becky Breedlove. My address is on file. 6 or 7 months ago, when the FTE allocations came out and the X Factor was introduced, I emailed you and I came to the board to discuss what I felt was an inequity in funding, and I asked for clarification in the algorithm that's used to determine FTEs. It appeared to me that in some cases we rounded down, it appeared in other cases we rounded up, and in some cases we rounded up and added on 1 or 2 or 3 teachers. Superintendent Koba did direct Ron Little to get that information to me. I am waiting still for that information. As Crawford Cluster co-leader and an active volunteer in the community, I also want to say that I've become very passionate about involving parents and increasing awareness among our students. It's very difficult to do that when board agenda notices get revised and revised and revised. I looked at the agenda Tuesday. I received it because I'm on Josephina's alert list. I received nothing else except something from a colleague who, before he goes to bed every night, checks the email. At 5 o'clock this morning, I saw a revision that disturbs me tremendously. You'll hear from me later. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Amy Blatt from the School of Creative and Performing Arts. I teach high school acting there. I teach part-time because I would rather teach part-time at a performing arts school than teach English full-time somewhere else. I've been doing this for the past 3 years. Pay me less, just don't take away this precious opportunity that I get to say that I teach acting at SCPA. What I teach my students is that theater is simply the audience and the actor. Everything else is bells and whistles. We will bitch and we will moan if things are taken out or cut out of the budget, but if we are taken out, if people are taken out, we're not going to be okay. Because people ultimately make education. The audience and the actor, the student and the teacher. If you take one of those out of the equation, it doesn't work. Thank you.
Good evening. Elaine Sabetti.
My address is on file. It seems to me that the school board members and district staff have already determined that reducing class size is imperative for student achievement and therefore a budget priority. Is there any data to say that lower class size is of more benefit than well-stocked, well-staffed school libraries? Why is restoring a class size of 20 to 1 or 24 to 1 a priority over limiting the number of students to library staff? My figures, which I've provided for you, show that our ratio of library staff to students is 1349 to 1 for elementary, 1578 for high school. That's well over the ratio allotted in the district staffing formula procedure 7412. I got an interesting call today from a classified worker who had gotten an assignment letter. She wanted to know if it was a typo or a mistake. She was offered a .2 position 20 miles from her home. That's 1.4 hours a day. Poor thing, she was new to the district. She didn't realize that's just how we treat our best bargain, our classified staff. We reduce them 15 minutes a day so they won't qualify for benefits. We offer them a job that will cost them more in gasoline than it will pay them. We refuse to show them respect for the hard work, the dedication, and the loyal service they provide. Welcome to San Diego Unified.
Okay, Aaron Southam, David Hare, Bill Freeman, Frank Engel, Julia De La Paz, David Irving.
Hi, Juliet De La Paz, address is on file, credential school nurse. When each and every one of us put ourselves on the line for this district, we demonstrated courage in the face of uncertainty and fear, and we ask our students and families to take those risks every day. Did we get anywhere by playing it safe? When we talk about cushion, we're talking about people and families, individuals who put themselves on the line for this district, the heroes. Remember the gravity of the position that you are being asked to do. In conclusion, I want to communicate this: in deciding whether or not to restore positions in the interest of protecting this district from long-term fiscal insolvency, you're looking at the eventual educational insolvency. That is, the inability of this district to effectively educate its students. It's time to demonstrate courage in the face of fear and uncertainty, all for one and one for all.
Good evening. I'm Bill Freeman, President of San Diego Education Association. First off, I'd like to thank President Berard, Trustee Evans, and Trustee Beiser for meeting with our members and talking to them, even the ones that were upset. I really appreciate you guys taking time to do that. The May revise, and I need everyone to realize this, the May revise is not contingent upon the tax extension. That money came from the excess revenues in the state budget. The last time I checked, the governor outranked the county superintendent. The governor has said, use the May revise to balance your budgets. It seems that Mr. Little has found every reason to print or to present a gloom and doom budget for the out years. And it's very important to realize that we don't have a budget for those years. It's very important for everyone to know we don't know what the future holds. Some say it's going to be better. Many are saying that. Some say it will be worse. But we are planning on the worst. We are doing that without any regards for the students and the educators that are teaching them. I ask you to realize the fact that this is education. It's not a bank. Think about the kids and their futures. Thank you.
Mr. President, I'm sorry. I just wanted to, and Mr. Freeman, I'm sure, forgot that at his request, I did meet with about a dozen or so of his teachers, our teachers, from the Point Loma cluster for about 2 or 3 hours. So I just wanted to set the record straight. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, excuse me. Hello, board members. I'm Frank Engel, and I'm a parent of 2 children, both in Magnet, both in Gate, both use busing. I'm an SSC chair at an elementary, middle, and high school, Franklin Elementary and SCPA. I'm also on 2 Tiger teams, Transportation and Title I. My parent involvement has given me a broad view of the budget and has allowed me to see the way that San Diego Unified internally administers programs and makes staffing decisions and measures performance. In my opinion, the district is built on administrative silos, poor integration of departments and data, no common index to measure performance or effectiveness uniformly across programs, teachers, schools, or departments. Because of this, whenever the board makes a decision, it appears to stakeholders the decisions are based on opinion or influence rather than integrated facts and data, which allows all the stakeholders to constantly second-guess you with their opinions, all of which are not based on integrated facts or data since they don't exist. I'm not going to tell you where to make cuts. I only urge you to make cuts not on politics or who yells the loudest, but on value for the dollar by implementing integrated and proven facts and data with effectiveness measured by teacher, student, school performance, and achievement. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Dave Irving. I am a parent and a teacher at San Diego Unified. And I'm just clarifying that we are here to talk about schools, right? And I'm not trying to be rude, but I am feeling a bit desperate. Did your collective educations teach you to do what you're told or to think for yourselves? Because I believe it's the latter. For 3 years now, my fundamental claim I have made over and over again is that public education is being dismantled on our watch. John, last night you said that the line has not yet been crossed for you in order for you to take a stand against the state and reject their budget. I realize this is an extreme step to take, but I also feel the crisis we are in is extreme as well. We are the stewards of public education, and we need to protect it at all costs. If you cannot bring yourselves to reject the state's budget and brace yourselves for the fallout, maybe you could at least rescind all the layoffs and then work harder, even harder, to find the solutions and reconciliations of the numbers that seem to everyone disagree on. If you choose to take either of these actions, I guarantee you that the teachers will stand with you in dealing with any fallout. Thank you.
Okay, Michael Stanley, Anne Marie Haney, Lucille Park, Brenda Mendez, and Lily McMillan. What? No, I'm looking at this one over here. Yeah. No, yeah. Go ahead. Anybody who wants to begin, please.
Hi, my name is Brenda Mendez, and I am a teacher at Porter Elementary School. I have been in San Diego Unified as a teacher, as a parent, as a leader representative for athletics for many years now. And I myself have received 4 pink slips since I started in this district. At our school at Porter right now, we have 16 out of 37 teachers who have received pink slips for next year. And we're projected to be at 1,000 students next year. Who's going to teach these kids? I have a classroom of 36 sixth graders who are so big that it is a fire hazard when we have a fire alarm. We can't get out fast enough. New schools were not built for 36 kids. It's a shame. I work with some of the hardest working people I know. They're young, they're energetic, they came into this profession to do something good. Please keep them there. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Lily McMillan. I am the principal at
Porter Elementary School. Earlier, Mr. Koba, you asked for a possible solution, and I do not want anyone throwing eggs or tomatoes at me at this moment. I'm thinking about the 500 to 1,500 that may be considered laid off for the coming year. A possible solution. Ariel identified principals, leaders, and teachers to work with a deputy superintendent. A 0.5 PAL within the cluster between two schools. If we did that, we could save some of our teachers. Yes, we are projected at 1085. That's gen ed, not counting our preschool. If we get all of our students next year, we are going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of 1,100 to 1,200 students. She only mentioned the 16. We had 22 teachers laid off. We had 6 recensions. We still have 16 of our great teachers. I can't do this work by myself. We're making the grade. Please consider. Again, if you want this in writing, I'll send this idea to you, but we need to come up with some possible solutions to get our resources back and closer to our sites. Thank you.
I guess we didn't go home. Anne Marie Haney, Community Council for Music in the Schools. You are certainly to be congratulated for your commitment to protecting the academic curriculum and working to ensure that students in all of our schools have access to courses in the full A through G course of study. The vision forming arts must be restored in order to ensure equal access to music instruction for all students. And that's the department that is the most deficient, as you know. Today I was alarmed to learn that one of our most fabulous, well, I shouldn't say most, but she's fabulous, teachers is being considered for a very attractive position outside the district. This is beginning to happen, and we need a decision now to avoid losing these uniquely qualified music teachers. They're hard to come by, and you know what it has taken us to attract them to our district. So I thank you for all the hours that I have not only observed, but not observed. I have leftover flyers. I've been passing these out by the hundreds that have the names of the legislators we need to continue contacting. So I wonder what the best thing for me to do. Put them on the back table? Is that suitable? Maybe I'm not supposed to do that.
Let's do a quick Larry Schenke check. In distributing these flyers, which have the contact information for the legislators, is that something that... Yeah, sure. Thank you, Anne-Marie.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Lucille Park, and I am a music teacher in the VAPA department. We in the VAPA department know that you have very difficult decisions to make. We respect that and support you. We know that you will make the right decisions for the children. I have heard that a limited number of music teachers may be restored to the VAPA department. I just want to say that there's no way all of the elementary schools can be covered if there are only a few teachers that are restored. Only a few teachers is really just a small part of what we have this year. In many elementary schools, there is no music program provided besides the one in the VAPA department, and that includes a lot of the schools south of Highway 8. If the VAPA department is not restored more fully, some of these schools will have no music at all, and that is denying equal access to core curriculum. So please restore more teachers to the VAPA department so that access to music education will be equal and fair throughout the entire district. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Michael Stanley and Kristen Stacy, you might have already been part of this central presentation, and Eusebia Diaz. No. Okay, thank you. So we'll now go on to board discussion. Who wants to lead off? Nobody. Board members are stumped.
Well, no, not.
Oh, is Eusebia here? Okay. Hi.
Hi. My name is Eusebia Diaz. I am from Hamilton School, preschool. Sorry for my English. My English is very bad, but I am here for my sons, for education, my sons. Please, we want to keep our teachers, Miss Alvarez and Miss Cortes, School Hamilton. Please. This is for education, my sons. Thank you.
Thank you.
My English is very bad. Sorry.
Great. Okay. Yeah, Dr. Evans.
Okay. I've obviously gotten a lot of communications from a lot of people about what we should be doing in this situation. One of the things that I have appreciated is when people come up with specific suggestions, as opposed to just the general do this, restore this, do the right thing, but really say, because we have to realize that for everything, when we do something, it's a zero-sum game in terms of money, in terms of taking away from something else. I think there's a lot of good points that have been brought up tonight. I just wanted to comment for a moment on the issue of attrition, because I heard it thrown out by someone about a $16 million possibility of savings on attrition. We need to be clear that attrition allows us to recall teachers who are laid off for positions that we still have. Attrition does not save money. The only way we save money is by eliminating positions, by increasing class sizes, and all these other horrible things that we've had to do. But it does not produce money. There's no denying that all of these cuts that we are making is going to seriously hurt education next year in San Diego. There's no one sitting up here or anywhere else that can say we can do these cuts and things will still be okay here. So we're trying to go through this and figure out what we can do. One of my concerns is this issue of going through this. Everybody's getting weary in terms of going through this over and over again. And we need to find a longer-term solution rather than just having a fix right at this moment so we don't turn around and do exactly the same thing next year. One of the really big problems that we're dealing with here is a serious trust deficit, because we hear different numbers, and some people believe certain numbers, and some people believe other numbers, and there's just a lot of discrepancy, and that's why earlier in my questions I brought up have the different groups come forward with their professional auditors and so forth, and met with the superintendent, met with our CFO and so forth, to really get together and go through the numbers and find out what the truth is about all of this. I think it's very important in all of these discussions that we not impugn other people's motives. Okay? Every teacher that is sitting out here is here because they care about the kids in their classroom and wants to improve education. Every person sitting up here on the dais also feels the same way. Our chief financial officer also cares very much about the education of the children. And when people are making, personal references to people and what their motives are, that's really out of line. And we really need to focus on. We can have difference of opinions. We can have different ways to go about it, but we all want to accomplish the same thing. Last year, or I believe it was last year, I'm getting mixed up on my years, when we were negotiating a contract, one of the things we did was we negotiated with our employee groups for some concessions, for furlough days and for some health care concessions. The reason we were able to do that is because we had agreement on the numbers. We had agreement on the seriousness of the budget situation, and we negotiated and sat down and worked something out instead of just blaming one side or the other. I was a little encouraged in the last few days when on the board there were discussions between members about trying to find solutions, people who have varying opinions and trying to negotiate and compromise and see what we could do. One of the people said, all for one and one for all, in terms of all of us working together. It's, first of all, last fall, we worked on Proposition J. We knew this problem was coming, and we said, here's $50 million we can raise locally. And we did not reach the level of support. We have to honor what the taxpayer said in terms of not giving us that money. Then we have been working for the last few months with our legislators, and with them we have been pressing them. And the Republicans and the Democrats are both responsible for not having come to an agreement about what to do about the money. And I'm also disappointed in the last couple of days in terms of the reaction from employee groups when we talk about concessions, in terms of the purpose of looking at that was the possibility of saving jobs, of helping our schools and continuing to maintain a certain level of education. And that comes back to the all for one and one for all, not putting senior or newer employees against each other, but all of us working together on a solution. And I'm very, very disappointed in the reaction to that, because I think we really all need to look together. We can vote this, vote that, but we also have to look at how are we going to pay it. I mean, it's very basic as far as meeting the payroll. When people say, well, just vote and approve everything and don't worry about where the money's coming from, we'll stand behind you. When I see people who are not willing to compromise even a tiny bit to save the jobs of hundreds of other people, that doesn't make me trust that is going to happen. We need to find a way for us all to work together to solve this problem. So right now, I really believe that we should not be trying to take action when we don't have solutions. I don't want to come to the point of voting on anything without seeing exactly what the implications of that are. If we are restoring something, what does that do to the following year's budget? And if that does that to the following year's budget, exactly what are we going to cut then? Are we going to recall employees only before July 1st, only the next day to start making the plans for laying off hundreds of employees the following year? I and I know everybody else is very, very tired of this cycle, and we need to take a longer-term view in terms of how can we work together, all of us, the board, the employees, and everybody in this district. Because we haven't gotten any cooperation in this regard, we need to step back and regroup and say, okay, now what are we going to do? Some people are suggesting you could just recall all the teachers. There's not enough money there to do that, and plus we're building a bigger hole as we go along. Someone mentioned about my having said before, the buck stops here, and that's absolutely true. We are responsible for the decisions that we make. We need to make them very, very carefully during this month. If we make a decision to restore something, we need to be very aware of what we're not restoring and what's going to happen, and what's going to happen this year and what's going to happen next year. We need to be very, very careful and not just arbitrarily making decisions about what to do. So I think at this point, we need to look at this very carefully. I hope that everybody who works for the district will think about this very carefully and talk with whomever about what you want to do about this. I don't want to get into any sort of a negotiation situation, but we don't have a solution to this problem at this point. We don't have, I was telling people last night when I met with the teachers, I spend on the weekends sitting there playing with these blocks and numbers and saying, okay, let's take $5 million here and put $5 million over there, and it just doesn't add up. So we need to not just blame and point and say these people or those people should do it. We need to find a solution we can all work on together. I think we need to go, we have the current plan in place by the superintendent. Our job, I believe, as a board, is to respond to that, and if we have something better, to come up with it. And if different board members have different opinions about how to do it, I would say not for us to criticize one point or another point, but to say this is how I would balance the budget. This is what I would include and what I would not include. At the last meeting, I said we need to look at least at a 2-year window so that we're not just doing this crazy cycle all over and over again. After that, I was encouraged because a couple board members were talking about looking at a 3 or 4 year time window, which would have even been better in terms of solving a lot of these problems and taking some very bold moves in terms of how we would raise the revenues and how we would make it all work. But I think we have to regroup and figure out what to do, and I think we just need to really reflect on this.
Mr. President?
Yes, please.
Can you pass this down? I'm gonna give it a shot to make a motion here. Can you pass these down? One of the people who spoke tonight, whom I have great respect for, and I have respect for many who spoke, but someone who I've gotten to know better, and I won't. She is part of our nursing and wellness team, and has worked on the Tiger team, and I think is trying hard to find ways to improve efficiency there. Talked about, taking a risk, and she's responsible for the health and wellness of, I don't know, maybe dozens, maybe hundreds of students that she deals with, and she's told us that we're taking a risk with the health of our kids if we reduce the number of nursing staffing and wellness staffing, and that will increase the risk. But this board's responsible for the health of the school district, ultimately. And I don't want to increase the risk to our students, and I wouldn't ask a doctor or nurse to increase the risk, and I don't want to ask this board to increase the risk. However, we are in a time where we're getting close to having to make a bloody decision. And even though I, in my heart, feel strongly that the healthiest and smartest and most prudent decision is to not spend money that we don't know we have, I would like to suggest a proposal to move us ahead, and I'd like to make a motion to that effect, that direct staff to prepare the 2011-12 budget and a multi-year budget plan, and it's written down on the memo in front of you, starting at a motion, returning to the board on June 14th with the following elements, which include a request, which this board has already made, to open negotiations with bargaining units as related to the following. Number one, we will not request any change in step and column. And these changes would be different from the interim budget that we've already approved. We'd maintain step and column in 11-12. We would apply, at minimum, $32 million of additional state cash flow to rescind certified and classified layoffs and split. Well, let me finish because you may not like the end of it. Thank you. Classified layoffs, to rescind certified and classified layoffs, and ask for and that would include, without specifying where, certified, classified. And as part of this proposal, this board would fund for any laid-off certified employees health coverage through September 30th, 2011, so part of this $32+ million. Now, in order to pay for it, that we, as this board has already done, we ask that our bargaining units agree to continue the furlough days for the following years in 12-13, and that employees also be asked to defer salary increases, each be pushed back 1 year. Salary increases will be paid only in amounts equal to increases in the revenue limit, meaning if we get more revenue in from the state, we would pay that extra revenue in salary increases. And then the approximately $20 million, or the raises, will be paid against the new revenue. If no additional funds arrive, then the salary increases will still be deferred. Secondly, we ask and I believe this just applies to SDA, to forgive the so-called healthcare premium savings bonus in this fiscal year. It's estimated from $2 to $9 million, depending on who you ask. We say 2, others say 9, and that be not spent. We also direct staff to eliminate 10 additional management and supervisorial positions in the budget, anywhere in the budget. Next, for this next fiscal year, we target minor additional transportation reductions as part of the 3-year to-be-determined reductions that this board hasn't decided on yet, that we look at a transportation fee increase and try to start implementing special education transportation vouchers to save money in transportation, that we also initiate a health care management fee for retirees of 1% to increase to 3% by 2013-14, basically a fee that we're allowed to charge by law for managing health care. And that is I'll just stop at it there. That is my motion. So essentially to spend $32 million approximately next year, money we really don't have, but money but to make up a lot of those costs by reducing salary and in the following year beyond that, as indicated in this motion. So anyone asked if I had an alternative? Well, I have a plan, and this is what I'm putting on the table for restoring employees and being fiscally prudent. So that's my motion.
I will second it in terms of, we may be making some revisions as we go along. I would second it on the basis that we would be directing, which is what you said, I believe, but directing the staff to develop a plan along these lines, also for the staff to continue discussions with bargaining units, and to come back to us with the full picture in terms of how we would implement this.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second discussion.
No, I can't just call the question.
Yeah. I'd like to comment. So this has been a difficult week in a lot of ways, but also I think a productive week. I appreciate Mr. Barnett laying this out. Mr. Barnett and I came together and discussed many of the elements that he's laid out in his motion, and that was a difficult thing to do. Scott and I agree on a lot of things, but we come from pretty opposite ends of the spectrum on some of these issues. And I think for Scott to be willing to talk about actually, number one, basing a budget on the May revise, when Scott has expressed a lot of skepticism about whether the state budget will actually be adopted with the May revised revenue numbers in it. Number one, took a lot of I think a lot of courage and a lot of willingness to seek a solution. Second, for Scott to be willing to spend most of what we're anticipating in additional revenue from the May revise, given the concerns that he's expressed in the past about where we look in the out years. Again, I think is about his willingness to seek a solution. For me, one of the difficult elements in this that I've had to move towards is the pieces of this that are asking for the unions to open up the contract negotiations and talk about in particular the 12-13 year. And let me just take a second to talk about why that's difficult for me. The contract, the 3-year contract that we put into place last year, I think was an incredibly fair and far-thinking contract. And the reason was we started, when we were talking last year, knowing that this district has had a problem for years in the fact that our employees are underpaid. Not just underpaid given, what you do, your value to our kids and to society, but underpaid relative to other employees around San Diego County in particular. And that's been recognized as far back as 2008. Superintendent Cohn convened a working group of union folks and management to look at how do we long-term deal with this issue. So then, in the middle of contract negotiations last year, as it became more and more apparent the kind of fiscal situation that we were in, the basic framework of that agreement was you're not only underpaid now, and that's been a long-term problem, we're going to ask you to take even more of a sacrifice, give up even more money for this year and for next year. And that affects every employee in this district, but on average, for instance, for a teacher, the average teacher is giving up roughly $1,500 this year, and again, $1,500 next year, $3,000 out of their pocket from people who are already underpaid. And that's the average teacher. Our classified employees, many of our classified employees, obviously earn far, far below that amount. It's not only an issue in terms of where our employees are relative to others in San Diego County, but the cost of living, we've talked about the Center on Policy Initiatives has done analysis of what it costs to just make ends meet, for an average family in San Diego, and that's about $64,000. So our average teacher makes less than what it costs to support a family. That's the problem we started with, and to help deal with the fiscal crisis, not just our teachers, but all of our employees have taken significant sacrifice this year and next year. And the framework of the deal was, while we're in the middle of this crisis, our employees are willing to step up and make a sacrifice, but as we come out of this crisis and revenue comes back into the district, we're not going to only restore that sacrifice, but we're going to long-term look at solving a problem that that's existed for a long period of time. A lot of people, some people in some parts of the city have criticized us for that deal. I make no apologies for that deal. Over the course of the 3 years, that deal will end up saving this district well over $20 million. If we hadn't made that deal, we would have been looking at some of these class size increases and other reductions in support for our kids, not only this year but going into next year. I think that was a good deal. And so for me, as somebody who's championed that deal since the beginning, to go back to our employees now and say, you know what, we're not out of the woods yet. We probably aren't going to be out of the woods, in the 12-13 year, and we need to ask you again to go to the well. That is something that, believe me, is not something that I think that I wanted to do, or something that I feel particularly comfortable doing. And I've certainly heard, from a lot of teachers, especially over the last couple of days, that teachers are very upset about the idea that we would ask, to reopen a contract and to look at the 12-13 year for even more sacrifice. And I understand why people are upset about that. However, we need to find a solution to these issues. We need to move beyond where we're currently comfortable and find a solution to these issues. And everybody on this board is stepping up in some way and looking to do that. I'm moving well out of my comfort zone. I also just, and this is more of a message to the folks in Sacramento, it's hard making your friends angry. It's hard making your friends angry because friends is the people I respect the most in this district who are, doing the job of educating our kids every day. It's hard personally and hard politically for me to ask them for more sacrifice. I know it's hard personally and politically for Scott, to take some risks about the future, fiscal solvency of this district. I wish folks in Sacramento would be willing to get out of their comfort zone and take some personal and political risk and arrive at solutions that we know are right in front of them and have been in front of them for some time. So I'm going to support this measure tonight, and I'm going to support it with a little bit of a put little caveat around here. In addition to what Scott talked about in his memo is really discussion about how we deal with this problem, not just in the next 2 years, but going forward long term. A lot of creative thinking about where we get to in the year 13, 14, and after. Creative thinking about how we solve other problems that have been in this district for a long time, including our deferred maintenance problem. A lot of creative thinking about, we might need to move. I think some of the speakers have talked about this, to a consolidated traditional calendar over a year-round calendar. That would cost some money to do up front, but it would save money over the long term. A lot of creative thought about what we do with our excess property in this district and how we potentially sell or lease that property in a way that brings in long-term revenue to the district. Even the creative thought about looking at, in the November 2012 election, another facilities bond that could help significantly with some of the ongoing maintenance work, deferred maintenance work that we're paying for currently out of our general fund. So a lot of great long-term thinking in terms of where we need to get. What I would add to that is the proposal that this district has put on the table to our unions about the 12-13 year is an invitation to negotiate. It's an invitation to come back and think about how do we solve these problems looking out in the 12-13 year, but potentially beyond. Dr. Evans, talked about we're in a difficult position right now because there's lack of trust. The superintendent even began tonight by talking about folks questioning the district's numbers. That's absolutely fair. As you've seen up here, we've got questions of the district's numbers. But when you have questions, you ask them. And if you feel like you need to have some additional expertise, you get that, and you do some separate analysis. But that's not a reason not to negotiate. In fact, to me, that's the first part of any real negotiation. Let's sit down, let's crunch the numbers, let's figure out where we're at. In the end, we might not, achieve a deal that's specifically what we're asking for. I would imagine that we wouldn't. No negotiation starts and ends with an initial proposal. In the end, I have a lot of confidence in the ability of the unions in this district and the district leadership to come together and find solutions because we've already done it. We're building on a track record of success. We can achieve that. So what I would say about the memo and the motion that Mr. Barnett has made and Dr. Evans has seconded is I support it, understanding that all of the thinking in the memo about the long-term ways of solving our financial problem is included.
So page 2, basically, right?
That's it. And that we're looking at achieving solutions with our employee groups in whatever discussion comes about. Over the
yeah, I would amend my motion if the seconder would agree to include the whole memo. I just thought I was making it simpler, but I agree. This is a long-term problem, and we need long-term solutions, and starting to have the district and the staff and employees and parents and teachers looking long-term to solve them is in our best interests, and it sends an important message to the state as well, and hopefully a message to the state that even if this doesn't work out, we've shown Sacramento, we've shown Washington that we are willing to at least, as leaders, come together and suggest something that we're not comfortable with, but we think it's a way to find a solution. So I will amend that motion and second to include that if Mr.
Yes, I agree. Right.
Okay. Further discussion.
Yeah. Point of information. Has General Counsel reviewed this resolution?
Yes.
And asking staff to run the numbers, it would in no way be bargaining in public.
No, because it's a budget issue. It's a question of
we're just wanting to see what would the numbers look like if.
In fact, by law, you're required to sunshine any proposal anyway, so the public has a right to comment on it, so it's appropriate.
Okay. Thank you. Is this a sunshining?
No, but it's, I mean, you're preparing.
Because we're just asking staff to look at all these various different options.
Right.
Okay. That I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. I just wanted to... Mr. Barrera actually mentioned the things, but I think for the benefit of the public, when we're sitting here saying the first and second part of the memo, I think what is, and just a comment for it, is that I think what's really exciting is we're not just finding one little solution for today that gets us to a problem tomorrow, but saying how can we fundamentally change the budget of the district and finding ways to operate within the means that we have, and then finding other ways to increase our revenue. To me, it's a very bold move, and I appreciate both of Mr. Barrera and Mr. Barnett in terms of having these conversations about that. I've said, we're in this position because Republicans and Democrats in Washington, because Republicans and Democrats in Sacramento have been polarized and blame each other and don't sit down and have really, really serious conversations. And I think for the two of them to have this very serious conversation, to me, is very, very impressive. But I think, Mr. Barnett, if you could just, since you're the one who made it, go over what the effects are on the law.
There is a typo, too, so I will... the additional aspects, the first aspect dealt, obviously, as part of the motion, with next year and restoring, spending some $32+ million or above dollars, but not tonight determining where. But it would include both classified and management. The second step of this motion, which is now included, is that we would ask that the following actions would be implemented or by late 2011 next year and or ongoing through 2013 and 13-14. Number one is still to maintain step and column and the furlough days. Number two, and this is when there's a typo, it should say approve closure or consolidation of 5 to 10 schools for 12-13, not next year, with the potential for additionally school closures or consolidation the following year, 13-14. Initiate planning of year-round schools. So initiating this year, the goal to eliminate year-round schools in 12-13, which is going to cost us money, but save money. Initiate revenue-generating proposals, many of which this board has seen in the past, but bring them back. Advertising, cell towers, etc., to be implemented as possible in late 2011, 12, and beyond. Aggressively pursue revenue-generating opportunities from excess properties this year, next year, and beyond. Continue to work with our various employees' unions to explore savings and health benefit plans, which there's already been work with in the past, and continue the Tiger Team efficiency efforts and pursue many of the recommendations, which are multi-year, but we're going to discuss the specifics of those on the 7th. And and this is one of the first things this board said early on, is implement key IT upgrades, and this is going to cost us money, to ensure adequate financial and student data tracking and HR, so we actually know where our money's going and where it's being spent on, and is not siloed. The last item is to set the goal of having a general obligation bond in the November 2012 ballot. With the goal to eliminate all major deferred maintenance. It's roughly $1 billion. Fund 10 to 20 years of major maintenance through this bond. Fund I-21 sustainability, because in 3 years we're going to run out of money and computers will be pulled out. And replacement, upgrade of technology. And this is an estimate of $2 to $3 billion, but the important part is this could free up as much as $25 to $50 million of future general fund expenditures, money that we won't have to spend on deferred maintenance, major maintenance, IT upgrades. Every dollar of that is money that we can spend on paying raises and expanding programs. So that's the full goal, and I guess we'll maybe ask staff to put this on board reports after tonight with the modifications. So that's exploration of the details.
Yeah, Ms. Jackson.
Oh, okay, and certainly I appreciate the work that Mr. Barnett and Ms. Barrera have done together to put these items. I can't support this. I can't support it for a number of reasons. I can't support it because, first of all, what happens if these negotiations don't occur? I think you were right. Many of these ideas that you have brought up have been brought up in the past, and nothing happened. And I want to go back to December 2009, when a lot of these ideas were brought up, and we did not aggressively pursue revenue generation. We did not move a lot of items forward. So what I hear tonight, this is what I'm hearing, is that if you're willing to negotiate, we would aggressively pursue other ways of cutting the budget. So my question is why we haven't done this before. And it's not that it wasn't brought up before, because I brought it up before and it seemed to fall on deaf ears. Now that we're at the 9th hour, we're coming back to the people that are working hard saying, if you don't negotiate with us, then this is our last hope. And maybe that's not the way it's meant to be, but that's the way I'm perceiving it. We should not be comfortable. We really have to, again, for the May revise, I don't believe we should use the May revise. The tax extensions have to be approved. No one wants to face the fact that if the tax extensions are not approved, what's going to happen to our district? I think we need to, and so certainly I'm alone in this matter here and some other places around the state, but I certainly think that we have to be very aggressive in saying to the state, we cannot open school in September. Okay, and making that point very clear that if they want us to provide even an adequate, I'm not saying a world-class education, but at least a basic education to our students, they have to fund us. And in order to, we have to let them know that. And people are saying we're calling, we're letting them know. But I think it's time to send a very loud, clear message. And what that means is saying to them, you know what, either we're going to keep our staffs and we're going to run our schools, or we're going to close the schools. And I think each time we find out a way to say, well, you know what, let's just put, and I mean, I said it last year, let's roll up our sleeves, we can do this. And we did it. And each time that we asked the staff, roll up your sleeves and put a little bit more extra work in there, they do it, and we survive. And each time the state comes back and cuts us more, because they say if we cut them, they're going to find a way to do it, because we love children. We love children, and so we would sacrifice everything that we have to take care of them. But I think it's time for us to say to the state, no more. So I think we should say, you know what? We'll rescind the layoffs. We will staff our schools, because when the kids come back in September, whether we want to admit it or not, we're going to need the teachers. You're not going to go to Porter Elementary and say we're going to have half the staff. We're not going to do that. We're going to go out and we're going to hire teachers. So we need to be very real about that. There are some things that we do need to do, which includes eliminating some silos that we have around the district that we haven't done. We have not been doing this as aggressively as we should. So now we want to put in paper and in writing and say, we're going to do it only if we go back and do this other negotiation. So what I would say is I can't support this the way it is. I would say that if you take some of these items on the back and you say, today, you know what? We're going to initiate the elimination of planning year-round schools. Been for that 100%. We're going to initiate revenue generation proposals that we've been having out here and actually go ahead and do them. I'm there. But, I mean, this should be taking things that we should be doing now. Aggressively pursue revenue generating opportunities. Our properties, I've been on the property thing for I don't know how long, but you've heard me say we need someone to come in here. We got prime property all over this city, and everybody wants it. But we for some reason, have just, well, not now, Miss Jackson, maybe later. We'll do this. We'll do research. We'll do whatever. And now we sit here and we're saying, but if you guys negotiate with us, we will aggressively pursue this. And I'm saying, let's just do it. Let's just do it. So anyway, I'm not going to support this, but yeah.
I just have a comment.
I did think we need to clarify, Ms. Jackson, and I agree with everything you said tonight, and I have the same concerns you have, but you know what, I've been here 6 months, and these actions, these additional actions, these are all things that we need to pursue whatever else happens. The only real issue on the, if you will, the negotiations, at least as it's laid out now, is we'll spend more money. We won't spend more money, at least tonight, unless there's a open and honest discussion with our bargaining units. But all these items, and we're dealing with a lot of them individually, as far as looking at schools, transportation, the properties, and so this is not saying that, well, if our partners in the bargaining units say they don't want to talk to us, that we won't do these things. We have to do these things in any intent. So that is the clear intent of the motion, that the board's going to pursue all those items, notwithstanding what ultimate agreements we have with our partners.
I'm talking about the trust factor. The trust factor in that these items have been brought before and they were not done.
I wasn't on this board.
I'm not saying...
He wasn't on this board.
That's not the issue.
This is a new board.
It's a new board, and so the trust factor is what assurances do the working people have that this is going to pursue now when it wasn't pursued earlier?
Let me just, if I could comment. I think what I really appreciate about this is that they have sat down and tried to come up with a total solution as opposed to a partial solution. I've come up with a couple of different partial solutions, and the total solution, that's what's beautiful about. It's also what's very painful. So there's some very, very difficult and complicated things to do here, and I agree. I mean, that was in supporting it with what Mr. Barnett was saying. It's not that we're not going to move forward with a lot of this stuff anyway, but the whole point is we have to make it balance out for the next few years. We have to find a way to run our schools, and to do that, it doesn't take one or two things. It takes all of these. And the compromise is that Mr. Barnett has made is let's go ahead and invest some of our money in next school year, but do it in a way that balances out over the next 3 years.
Yeah, and I just want to be clear as well that this is a complete package of ideas that I believe we need to pursue, and there are a lot of different ways that we might, come back and end up, figuring out how to finalize our budget for next year going forward. But this is a complete package that I believe strongly we need to pursue. So we've got. I'm sorry. One speaker wanted to comment. George Hosang.
George Hosang, I have a grandson that goes to SCPA, and he takes the bus from Serra Mesa. Long way. But last year, a levy of $340 was added to the price of going to school by bus, and I paid that quite happily. And I understand that you're considering increasing it for next year. I'd be happy to pay that too. But I'd like to make the observation that as far as I could tell, there was no follow-up of who paid, who was supposed to pay for the bus. Like, kids weren't asked to wear a tag around their, like an identification mark or anything like that. There is a problem that we may have for the public, which I'd like to address here. Anybody here who has a Republican for a Congress, or at least a state or legislator or assemblyman, the representatives all have sort of constrained websites now. You have to apply only to the one that represents your area. And also it's limited to 200 words. And so if you want to send one to a Republican and you're in a Democrat area or vice versa, then you can't do it, at least so far as I know.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Russell. Yeah, Mr. Beiser?
A couple of things. Being a teacher, I have these conversations for years about the kinds of sacrifices that people make. And one of the teachers that spoke this evening said something along the lines of, pay me less, just let me keep my job. And, I am infinitely familiar with the reality that teachers and the support staff and the people that work in the schools are not paid enough to provide an adequate living for a family of 4 in San Diego County. And I get that. I haven't had I'm not going to talk about my situation, but I'm on a teacher salary. And so I get all these invitations to go to all these events, and a lot of people are asking me for money for contributions to this cause or that cause, and I have to be very frugal with my resources. And so I understand that it is a huge sacrifice that our teachers and our staff, classified management at all levels, have made in the last 2 years for those 5 furlough days. That's if you round it off, that's about a 3% pay cut each year. You're taking money out of their pocket. Some people call that a tax of sorts. So we've raised taxes, or we're taking money out of somebody's pocket. And those people that are paying that so that we can maintain the quality of our schools are the people that work in the schools. So I think it's kind of ironic that in our society and in our culture, voters reject Proposition J because they don't want taxes, but we're exploring ways of taking money out of the very pockets of the people that are working day in and day out for our kids. And I understand that reality. But when I look at this proposal, I have a goal. Okay, my goal is to keep all of our teachers. My goal is to keep all of our band and orchestra teachers. My goal is to keep all of our vice principals who are a part of the security and staffing of a school and support, and all the nurses and all the that's my goal. My goal is to make sure kids that need to get to SCPA can get on a bus and get there, or our other magnet schools. And so with that goal in mind, I look at this and I see $32 million to restore jobs. That I just can't say no to that, even in light of the other pieces of the puzzle. So if just running the numbers, this isn't voting in favor of these specific proposals. This is a vote to say, staff, look at all these different ideas and come back to us so we can evaluate, assess, discuss, consider some of them. Some of these things, I'll be honest with you, flat out, I am like, no way. I cannot agree with eliminating all busing. I mean, because there's some busing, magnet busing, that is academic. And so there's some pieces of it that I vehemently disagree with. But guess what? there are pieces of it that I think maybe we ought to look at the numbers and see, will this help us to save jobs? Save teachers' jobs. What are the names of those teachers that are just now trying to begin their career as a teacher? What are the names of those people that are going to be gone next year? That means a lot to me. I'll never forget, and some of you have heard this story before. My dear friend Gretchen, she received a pink slip a few years ago, back when the school district sent out 1,000 pink slips a couple years ago. 900 something. I can't remember exactly how many. Don't quote me on that. Okay, greater than 1 and less than 1,000. But there were so many people that got these pink slips, and I got a phone call from my friend Gretchen, and she was crying. She was in tears. She was a new teacher, just got a condo, a very modest, little, small, one-bedroom condo. And she came over and we talked for a long time. And thank God, the board at that time got 3 or more votes together to rescind that pink slip. So she was able to keep her job. But that took months of emotional turmoil. She flew back home to spend time with her mom. She didn't know if she would have a place to live. All that anxiety and that stress. And to the extent that Mr. Barrera and the previous board was able to try to figure out some kind of furlough day program to save jobs. I think that's noble. I mean, because in the end game, we want to bring back all of our teachers and all of our staff. So I'm going to support this resolution because I think it at least starts putting more things on the table. And I think in addition we need to talk about the $22 million we would get if we took our K-3 class sizes down to 20 to 1. $22 million, that's a lot of money. We need to talk about some of the other numbers and getting other help. We need to talk about the attrition. And Dr. Evans is absolutely right. Attrition doesn't save any money. But attrition does mean that we can forecast and rescind pink slips. And that means people know whether or not they're going to have a job so that they don't have to take jobs with other schools or in other areas. And we ought to take a look at the reduction in state mandated reserves. That was another $22 million. So there's, I think we need to really continue this thorough vetting of our budget and our finances and our choices, because that's really how we're going to get the best budget, by having everybody working collaboratively together on it. And Ms. Jackson made a couple good points, that some of these items on here that are being raised have been brought up before. Some of them have been voted down by previous boards. Maybe some of these ideas were, hey, yeah, that's a great idea, and it never got legs. But I think by packaging it in a resolution for a vote, I think maybe that will give more impetus to the staff to really pursue advertising. I would, just the idea of the possibility of having every high school football stadium have a corporate sponsor that maybe pays $3 million for a couple of years term, that's money that could fund the sports program, so that would save money out of the general fund. And that could potentially be millions of dollars that we can sink back into the classroom. Save teachers, lower class sizes, do the things that we know research shows helps improve student learning. Push-in, pull-outs, after-school intervention, support strategies, things like that. And then Ms. Jackson also alluded to the fact that we do need to continue looking for the silos, and we need to eliminate some of the silos in this school district. That's what we need to do. That's a huge thing, and that's where the IT upgrades, so that we can have better numbers and systems that communicate. Right now it's my understanding that the HR and the finance systems don't necessarily talk as easily as they could. They're not integrated, and I think that's the direction that we need to go to really improve our data tracking, and that might help us bridge part of that trust gap that we have with the numbers and the questions that we have. Maybe we can go online and we all could look up the questions that we have on the budget. Look at, what is how much money might there be in the budget for, if we looked at the reduction in the state mandated reserves. That's my goal. My goal is to have the budget completely transparent and on the website, so any, retired teacher, parent, anybody that works in a school, outside of the school, maybe somebody that works in the private sector, can go ahead and look at the budget and look through and see, hey, wait a minute, what's this $15 million over here doing? And maybe that can generate more ideas to solve some of these problems. To the extent that Ms. Jackson, has said she's brought up some of these ideas before, I think that would, help embolden her to understand that means that you should vote for this again. Let's keep beating the drum until we get some of these things solved. Because if you stop beating the drum,
I won't vote for this.
Okay. All right.
Just so you know.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. So I think with no further comment other than I certainly don't support eliminating non-mandated busing either.
Actually, just to clarify, that didn't say elimination was not here. It talked about reductions in transportation.
Yeah. Okay. With no
making sausage.
There we go. With no further comment, please vote.
Some of it's good.
Okay. Excellent. Okay. I think we're. Let's take a 5-minute break, and then we'll move on to our second.
It'll take us 10 to get back.
So after all of that, I forgot to let the person announce this piece. We're supposed to announce. So let's have the announcement to this piece now, after the fact, and then we'll move on to the announcement for the next one. I'm so sorry.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ian Carranza, and I'm a violinist at Belmont. The first piece we just played was The Black Sea. It may come to you as a surprise to learn that the Black Sea is not really black. So why do we call it that? This first piece is called The Black Sea is Another Mystery. Perhaps it has to do with the sea of black milk found in the score. Laying that aside, though, we might enjoy the highly rhythmic energy of this piece we just played in our program.
Hello, I am Betsy Fatiello of Challenger Middle School, and I'm a violinist as well. And the title of the next piece is Waltz of the Wicked. We want to assure you that at our tender age, we are too innocent to know anything about this. But it's fun to pretend.
Grace Keene, and I go to Marshall Middle School Orchestra where I play viola. And in this next piece called Variable Stars, the strings go through a series of variations on the children's song, Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. These variations include the sound of Texas fiddling, a waltz, a cha-cha, and other amusing references. Listen closely and you will even hear Dies Irae, which means wrath of God, and Come Sister Todd, or Come Sweet Death, in this arrangement. These sentiments are meant for fun and should not be taken as any sort of omen. So it's okay. You can sit back, relax, and enjoy Variable Stars.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's we all agree on. You filled it. Yeah. Six. 56. So we went to the manager and
I heard we have a quorum, so let's go.
We're ready. Yeah, let's vote and go home.
It is time for us to get busy. Yeah. 8:25, and people want to go home and have dinner, late dinner.
Mr. Barrera and Mr. Beiser, please report to your seats.
Should we send the hall monitor out?
Yes. We have a staff presentation that we can. I've been trying. They don't listen to me ever.
No, why?
Ever.
Okay, item number 3. This is the proposal for the 2011-12 Administration of Small Schools and an update on the 2011-12 Area Superintendent recruitment. Superintendent Koba.
Thank you, President Barrera. For our staff community that are here, what I want to talk about, and I'll ask Dr. Meyer to help me with this, is in the budget strategy for balancing the budget, the one that we have put together going all the way back to the second interim in mid-March, is 2 items that affect senior leadership personnel. One involves the small schools, the other is the area superintendents. And because these are both very important, very complex high-profile items. I thought it was very appropriate that we talk about them. I've had conversations with many different folks about them and just wanted to outline it and go forward from there. Small schools. By that I'm talking about 4 campuses. The Kearney, Crawford, San Diego High, and Lincoln High School campuses. In the second interim, we discuss the adjustment downward for 3 out of 4 schools, or actually we talked about adjustment downward for all of them at one point in time. And this was to reduce the principal designation there. Part of this has to do with the budget crisis, and some of the direction that I was receiving was how we had to have collaborative and collective sacrifice across all the different staffing components of this district. So the consideration that if we are reducing staffing in the teaching ranks, the counseling, librarian, healthcare, classified, and are doing central office and campuses, are we in fact looking across the entire set of options? An example is in Mr. Barnett's motion tonight, focus on 10 more management or supervisory personnel. So we take a look at where do we have our choices, all of them tough choices, all of them ones that we would prefer not to do. And the small school complexes have been a matter of discussion for a number of years. So there's a budget issue. There's also an academic issue I need to bring up. We have not done anything to adjust these schools in terms of their configuration or their program at a very high, very large sweeping level. We've had 6 schools, 6 principals at San Diego High since the Gates Foundation work began. Similarly at Crawford with 4 and with 4 at Kearney. Lincoln is the exception here because the school, as we all know, was closed for a couple of years for construction purposes and then reopened from the get-go as a small school, 4 programs. So we have not altered these configurations. There has been question about whether there should have been change made. In fact, last year, in the second half of the year, I met almost every 2 weeks with both the Crawford leadership team and with the San Diego High leadership team, because even last year there was a certain amount of pressure to make change. And I would say the change was because of performance. I've had a look at the last 5 or 6 years of the 4 complexes, albeit Lincoln a little shorter time. And I could say at a very high level that in that period of time, the Kearney High Complex, the collective 4 schools, have as an aggregate, as an entire grouping, has moved itself the farthest as an entire whole. That's something you need to be aware of. On the other hand, at San Diego High, we've had the greatest range of contradiction. Our most successful academic school, based on any number of measures, has been the International Studies. On the other hand, a couple of schools have made it to the state's lowest 5% performing list, a list no one wants to be on, the arts and the communications. So how can we have such disjointed performance on a campus where schools are literally only yards apart from each other? The Crawford complex also has had to struggle. And it's not an issue of effort or of commitment of the staffs, the leadership teams, the teaching staff, the classified staff. There has been long days, long years to make it all work. But we have talked, you and I and Ms. Jackson talked last year with Crawford and Lincoln leadership teams about making change. So, and we've got the AIR report that's talked about making change. So we made a decision, I made a decision to make some recommendations to adjust downward and perhaps change out the leadership to see if that would help jumpstart some of the schools where we've had the disconnected outcomes. one size does not fit all. There is a range of enrollment at these campuses. Our high side is 3,000 kids in 6 schools on a very small footprint at San Diego High. It's remarkable how all of those people get along every day and focus in a sardine can setting. On the small side is the Crawford complex, which has been losing enrollment and tried very vigilantly to slow it down. So the budget crisis, the lack of a change since the Gates work of almost 7 years ago now, the factor that the enrollments are varied, the concern for underperforming, all has been blended together. I think in addition to all of this, we need to consider the fact that we are inserting other types of change that has to overlay A to G in the next few years, the I-21. So there are many different ways this change is going to occur, and I thought that the best thing to do was to make some adjustments to configuration. I'm not prepared tonight to talk about how we pair the schools. There's been a lot of varied consideration about that. I'd like to think in the case of San Diego High School, if we went to 3 principals and a vice principal for operations, let that be the first significant move, and then maybe have the leadership team come together for the final pairings, rather than second guess right here, and bring the various stakeholder groups. For Crawford, I think the same thing. And I have made minor adjustments in that. At one time I was going to recommend we go from 4 to 2 at Crawford as an example. How about 4 to 2 with a vice principal for handling some of the central discipline, overall safety, security of the campus? A similar idea with San Diego High, a similar one at Lincoln. I changed my mind, I will say that honestly here, about Kearney. I have always believed that if you have success for students, student achievement, and it's working and improving and the trending is right, I would be the last one to say, let's tinker with it, it's not broken, let's keep it going. So I have, in fact, changed my mind about Kearney and said, let's go with the 4-school arrangement. I was at Kearney this afternoon as they got the most recent award, one of 6 schools nationwide that was receiving a Panasonic Making Change Award. So we know there are things that are happening that need to be considered with all of this. I guess that's where my thinking is. At one point, this was a $1.2 million savings wrapped around the budget, academic change, and by adding in and considering, I am taking away a consideration from $1.2 million now down to about $700,000. So, moving out $500,000, because as this process comes around, you obviously look and review and reflect on all of the information. That's where I am with this, and I'd like to ask Dr. Meyer to share her insights as well.
Thank you, Superintendent Koba. What you have before you in item A4 is a proposal for the reduction in the administration of the complex schools, as Superintendent Koba mentioned, at Crawford, San Diego High, and Lincoln. And the proposal also recommends leaving Kearney currently with 4 administrators in place. The proposal also includes maintaining the 6 schools and their CDE codes, and working towards some pairings that are to be determined. These revisions, as were mentioned, will add approximately $500,000 to the previous savings that we had anticipated. So the total savings then would be $700,000 if the proposal is approved. Area superintendents in the clusters have, in a variety of ways and forums, conducted discussions to gather input at the particular sites to gather information and to listen to the stakeholders. And the recommendations, as the superintendent mentioned, are as follows. At Crawford High School, moving with an enrollment of 1,314, moving from 4 principal positions to 2 principal positions and the inclusion of 1 vice principal. At San Diego High, with an enrollment of 2,855, the movement from 6 principals to 3 principal positions and 1 vice principal. At Lincoln High School, with the enrollment of 2,056, going from the current 2 principals and 1 executive vice principal with 3 and 1 executive principal and 3 vice principals, a total of 6 administrators, moving to 5 administrators, which would include the retirement of the executive principal and leaving 2 principals in place and 3 vice principals. And then lastly, as was mentioned, with Kearney High, with a population of 1,875, remaining at 4 existing principal positions for the 2011-2012 year.
And let me add also, last year when we began taking a very serious look at Crawford and San Diego High, the principals there did make some good changes to enhance collaborative planning and implementation of program. They began in a much more broad-based way to share resources. So, I mean, this conversation going back a year has been important. One of the things I learned last year, and I think this is a reflection from what I had witnessed in prior years, the kids and the families and the staff associated with any particular small school, a program, whether it be about business or law or arts or international studies, feel very passionately about their program. So this discussion tonight is a combination of forcing, in a constructive way, I think, change, protecting programs, motivating all of us to make those programs relevant and rigorous, and adjusting the leadership to some smaller numbers. And I'll go back to what I said earlier about collaborative change that has to occur. And that's kind of where we are, and certainly receptive to the board and the community's input.
Okay, well, we've got a number of speakers on this item. Separate. Why don't we do this first?
I'll move to approve the superintendent's proposal. If that's appropriate at this point.
Sure, and I'll second the motion. Okay. And so let's call up the speakers. Faduma Saeed.
Not here.
Jonathan Wynn.
Left.
Who's that?
I don't know if they're deferring their
I'm sorry, Becky. All right, Diego Gutierrez. Greg Olmsted, Michelle Bryant, Ray Adair. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. So let's Diego Gutierrez, Greg Olmsted, Reina Bravo, Elizabeth Anderson, and Steven Semeraro.
How much time do I have?
Please, go ahead.
How much time do I have?
Take 2 minutes apiece.
Thank you. Diego Gutierrez, principal of Crawford's Multimedia and Visual Arts. Let me start with a little story. Last Tuesday when we came back from the three-day weekend, one of the principals sat down with a kid in the cafeteria where I helped supervise. He said, "You stay here with me because you are a walking piñata." We know the kid. He knows the kid. He knows that he was going to be outside. He was going to be in trouble. It was his birthday, and kids tend to play games on kids' birthdays. And he said, "You stay with me because I only have 10 days of school left, and I want you next year. I want you here next year. That's the kind of level of support and knowledge that we get to have when we have small schools. When we, as principals, get to know intimately each and every one of our kids and their needs on their families, and the needs of the community. I understand there is a huge budget problem. I think I also believe that not all the solutions have to be the same for everyone. Not all the communities experience the same needs everywhere, and to try to balance and meet the needs of the district on the shoulders of some of the families and the kids most needed in our community, I don't think that is equitable. I don't think it will benefit, and I don't think that it will improve the achievement in our schools. My school alone improved 63 points in the API last year, and I am absolutely confident by the work that my teachers have been doing this year, that is going to increase. We already increased in the CASI, in the data that I have, by 4 percentage points in proficiency in English, and by about 8 percentage points proficiency in math. So the work is happening. The engagement of the students in the community is happening. You saw the group right here this afternoon. Those are kids who are owning their school. And once we know that once we own the kids and they own the school, it is more likely that they are willing to participate in the activities in the school. So I appreciate the time, and I hope that you made the right decision too.
Good evening. My name is Greg Olmstead. I'm a parent of a student at the School of International Studies. I've distributed my prepared written remarks and would like to yield my time to Mr. Chris Susi, a teacher at International Studies.
Hi, I've been at San Diego High School for over 10 years. I was there when we went to small schools. And I just wanted to remind you, first of all, I wanted to call out a mistake, which I think I heard Dr. Meyer clarify wasn't what I thought, what many of us thought it was. We saw something on an earlier item that said the schools were being combined next year. And we've had no discussion of combining schools with parents, staff, or anyone. We've talked about a single administrator overseeing 2 schools. So there should be, what our governance team recommended for next year is 6 schools. What our governance team wanted to recommend was 6 schools with 6 principals, because we know there needs to be work and restructuring on that campus. We know that some of the schools are struggling, but we think they deserve the leadership to rebuild and restructure with that administrative oversight. Given the reality, President Barrera was at several of our meetings, of the money, if that's really what this is about, and that we can only have 4, we recommended the 3 pairings and a single oversight principal, not vice principal. We're not sure where that came from. But I just wanted to remind you that small schools come from solid research. They work, as any one of us can attest to. The schools that are struggling are not struggling because they're small schools. They are struggling. They need to restructure. We need to rebuild. We need to regroup. But small schools work in ways that aren't easily measurable. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Michelle Bryant. And
I'm sorry, Michelle. Were you going to talk about the area superintendents?
Yes.
Okay. Would you mind waiting till the next item, or I
can't. I also would like to say something about the small schools.
Please,
if possible.
Yeah.
My name is Michelle Bryant. I am the SSC chairperson for Lincoln High School. I have been working on the SPSA for the past 2 years, and I think that there's a problem there with the leadership and seeing the urgency of raising test scores at the school. And I do implore you to come out to Lincoln, take a look at our SPSA, take a look at the staff, take a look at the leadership, and to see what the plan is. My son is a senior there, can't go back and do this thing again. This is his life. They're preparing him for the global society. I encourage you to come out and take a look at it. I was offended at the town hall meeting that decisions were made and all stakeholders were not consulted. I'm an active parent. I serve at the school in many capacities, and we were never, ever consulted. And for the decision to have been made without us on keeping business as usual there, I think that that's a travesty.
Okay, yes, go ahead.
I'm Steve Cimarero. I'm a parent of a student at San Diego High School. I came tonight prepared to talk about the pairings at the school. I now realize that that's not something that's on the agenda, so I'll hold those comments for an appropriate time.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Elizabeth Anderson and Raina Bravo, are you guys not here? Stephanie Barnes, Yasmin Mendoza, Christina McLean, Ty Guzik, Miguel Tillis Jr., whoever's ready, please go ahead.
Hello. So our principals have a nearly impossible task that has just been doubled for this current year. So one principal will be in charge of 2 schools. Very, very difficult task. It's also difficult because they're in charge of 2 small schools, but what may be overlooked sometimes is we're San Diego High School. So we had asked, not for, Mr. Evans had talked about restoring. We're not asking anymore for restoring all 6, but we don't want to be cut in half. We're asking for 3 principals, as well as a principal in charge of San Diego High School. Operations, call it what you may, athletics, ASB. It is imperative that we get a 4th principal solely to focus on the entire high school, which is often forgotten, especially now that the principal's job has been doubled. Now, Mr. Evans also spoke on people going for their personal motives. I am a newly administrative credentialed person, which makes it so that I could apply for a principal job or a vice principal job. I'd have a better shot at getting a vice principal job. But that's not what I'm here for. I'm here for the betterment of San Diego High School. I don't have a realistic shot at being a principal there, but that's what we need. We need a 4th principal in charge of the complex so that they can oversee ASB, athletics, the nurse, the security, you name it. They're going to have to oversee it because the other principals are now working on a doubly a task that's nearly impossible has just been doubled. So they've got to focus on 2 schools now and not oversee the entire complex. So we need a 4th principal. You talked about cutting Lincoln by 1. You cut Kearney by 0. And you have cut Crawford, a school half San Diego High School size, in half. Don't cut us in half. We're the largest of all those small schools. Why are we getting cut in half? So please think about equity. I think that the ratio is 1 to 477 for Kearney, 1 to 433 for Lincoln, and now 1 to 737 at San Diego High School if we only have 3 principals. That's the ratio of principals to students. Thank you.
I'm Yasmin, and good evening to all of you. And the reason why I'm here is because our parents from Lincoln High School, I'm going to second what Michelle just said, but the reason why I'm here is because our parents are very worried for what's going to happen to Lincoln, and I'm going to please ask you to do your best for our administration. Mel Collins is a key in our school, and Martha Corrales, and we really need them. We are not ready for that transition, but I'm going to trust you guys that you're going to do the best you can. Thank you. Good evening.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Christina McLean, and I'm a proud San Diego Caper. And I'm not here just for San Diego High. I'm here for all these kids in the district, and I'm going to ask you to please don't value one of our students over the other. We need to be all equal here, and by you cutting us in half and by some of us none at all, you're telling us that you value other students above others. And my understanding is you're supposed to be here for all of our students, so please be. Thank you.
Hi, Stephanie Barnes, a parent from San Diego High School. We want to thank you, our whole parent group, for your continued careful attention to the redesign issues at San Diego High School and all of the small school complexes in our district. As a parent of a current sophomore and an incoming freshman, and as a representative of the parent group, I am very proud to trumpet 2 recent achievements of the San Diego High School of International Studies. Our school has just been recognized with the honor of a Title I Academic Achievement Award and as a California Distinguished School. My understanding is the California Distinguished School Team didn't even have to spend the whole day there. They were so impressed instantly with our campus. Responsible expansion of what works, which is something we've heard Mr. Barrera say, and innovative rethinking about what doesn't is necessary in order to better serve more students at the entire complex. There's been much talk of equity amongst the small schools as the redesign is discussed. We hope that as administrative decisions are made, that equity is also a primary factor in those decisions that are made regarding allocations of principals between whole campuses also. Please continue to support this exemplary program by expanding it only with a deep commitment to maintain its academic integrity through continuing to do what works. We thank you for your continued support and communication.
Thank you. Okay, Miguel Tillis Jr., Janelle Kirkaldy, not here, Mary Sunderland, Marco Antonio, Francisca del Carmen, Andres Jaramillo, Adna Hassan, and Riley McCrae.
Is it okay if we go in our order? My name's Francisco del Carmen. I'm Franny, proud Caver class of 2000. Also the governance team chair as well as the Area 3 co-chair. I met a lot of you at our cluster leadership meeting. First and foremost, I would like to thank all of you for your hard work and for the possibility of reinstating $500,000 since March 10th of this year for administrations of small schools. As a whole, and I think it's rung and resonated, is we're looking for equity. We finally got on board in terms of our complex establishing a governance team to address the needs of all our complex. And what we're asking for is 4 administrators, 1 for oversight, and we were hoping that we can come back with the proposals. In front of you, you have the proposal that we've submitted as of this weekend in order to move forward and basically address the needs of all of our students. We were hoping for the 2011-2012 to be our planning year and focus on getting what works to work and establishing and hoping we get SIG grants to basically fund the things that need to be funded. In addition, the language of the proposal stated information that was I think clarified already, which we're looking forward to see, meaning 6 schools for next year, a planning phase, and the last component we have is please make sure, I know that these times are rough, I know that this has been a long meeting, but we need stability, and we need the right people at San Diego High School. We thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Andres Jaramillo, and I am a student representative of the San Diego High School's Complex Governance team. And as a representative, I'm here to say that I was there when we received the notice that the 2011-2012 school year was going to remain the same for the 2011-2012 school year to be a planning year, and so that there will be minimum impact on student achievement. But that proposal was changed, and now we will have 3 principals and 1 vice principal. And I want to know that what will surely happen for next year, because it will negatively affect not only the current students at San Diego High School, but also many incoming freshmen. And doing that without planning, having that planning year will be very, very, very negative and unproductive. As in my small school, I know all of my teachers' names by heart, counselors, principal, and most importantly, they all know me. So I just have to say that it's going to be very hard not having that planning year. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Marco, and I currently attend San Diego High School. I am aware of the situation we're in as far as budgets. However, making drastic changes that impact students immediately concerns me. As a student, when I hear about teachers or counselors getting laid off, it gives me less and less hope for my future. I'm asking you as a student to please take into consideration how these changes can affect us so dramatically. I'm a 9th grader, and I want a minimum of 4 principals at San Diego High School Educational Complex. And I want to remind everyone about the San Diego Unified School District mission statement. All San Diego students will graduate with the skills, motivation, curiosity, and resilience to succeed in their own choice, or in their choice of college and career, in order to lead and participate in the society of tomorrow. Thank you.
My name is Riley McCrae. Last time I spoke, it was about 8:30, and there's 5 people in the room, and I thought you'd been here a long time, and we're still going.
Nothing wrong.
And I also said then that my church prays for you guys every week, and that still is going to keep going.
Yeah.
One thing I said there was I was asking that you support small schools, so I'm glad they still exist. I feel a little bit of empathy for you because I've got the target on my back because I'm at Kearney. Sorry. And I'm appreciative of respecting the success that has happened there. I was at the assembly today when they were awarded the Panasonic National School Change Award presented to the School of International Business at Kearney Complex in San Diego in recognition of significant and sustained school change to improve the lives of the students it serves. It's working. It's what we need. We need to figure out why it's working and do it in more places. I've been a 25-year resident of Linda Vista. As my kids were growing up, San Diego City Schools was the last place they should be, and you'd never want to be at Kearney. I watched neighbors move after their kids had knives drawn on them and left other school districts. I had people on my son's Little League team say, you never want your kid to go to Kearney. If he does go there, tell him to keep his head down, don't say anything, don't look up. I had a parent who said that they would walk their daughter to the classroom and wait for an adult to arrive and not let her be alone before that adult showed up. I am thrilled that my kids have gone to Kearney. My son's a graduate, my daughter's a junior. I was very proud today at the turnaround. At their particular small school, they have students who English is a second language, and most of the students are on the reduced lunch and come with all kinds of things going on. Their API is 841. 7 years ago, it was 641. My daughter was angry that they didn't beat La Jolla and only tied them. Next year, she intends to have Kearney SIB beat La Jolla.
That's right. Wait till next year.
Thank you.
Thanks, Riley. Quincy Bostic, David Jaramillo, and Barbara Flannery.
Hello, I am Quincy Bostic, currently a student at San Diego High School, and I have many friends that are with special needs, basically like transportation, food, and different counseling needs due to their situations at home or problems. And with the different schools and principals, it's better you get to know all the people that can help you, and it just better helps the students. Also, with the separate schools, getting to know everybody with the resources you get, it will help you get into different colleges, better colleges. My sister's currently going to Berkeley, as well as one of my good friends and another one of my good friends. And that's all due to the small schools and just all of the different aspects and everything that they have, and they're just better exposed to the opportunities. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hello, my name is David Jaramillo, and I am a student senior at San Diego High School. After hearing the latest update on San Diego High School's complex reconstruction, I was appalled towards the recommendation of principals. I was present at the meeting when Mr. Berra went to our school on May 26th, and he assured the complex of 4 principals, and now we are listed for 3 principals and 1 vice principal. So what makes me upset is the lack of consistency and follow-through from our area representative, where every time we go to a meeting, there's always like different things mentioned, and we always seem to be backtracking. And every time that we meet, we get less and less. So I've been a part of the focus groups and our school's governance team. And what frustrates us the most is that we're adapting to these continuous changes, and then you guys are throwing different stuff at us. So, we're trying to work with what you're giving us, but the more you guys are changing it up, the less you're giving us, the harder it is on us. So we're spending all this time planning for it, and then all of a sudden you're giving us another thing. So we would just like to, we would appreciate some consistency, and then I'm going to be leaving for college next year, so, I love this school, so when I leave, I want to have this sense of security where they're going to be able to have a plan that they can build on and become, the great school that it is and keep improving. So I want the best for my school. And I'd just like to say that it is imperative to meet the student needs in our complex size. The complexity and needs of our complex, we have at risk. We have high at risk, and over 85% are on free and reduced lunch. We have English learners, homeless and foster youth, and a lot of people with transportation. So we would like some consistency and a good plan that we can work with. Thank you.
Thanks.
My name is Barbara Flannery, and I have a child at San Diego High Complex. A year ago, the board grappled with the idea of combining the schools at San Diego High because the schools were not deemed successful. The Board of Ed sent the principals back to the schools to work together and return in a year with data on success of the programs. The area superintendent paradigm shifted again, and it was as if the directive never existed. As a cost saver, the schools are now de facto being combined, well, maybe not, against the district's own 2010 plan, and I printed this out from the May 25th, 2010 meeting, where there was a kind of a more of a plan on combining this, not combining the schools. Actually, they were supposed to be left as 6 learning communities. And there were some notes at the bottom that said closing a successful school can increase remediation and dropout prevention costs and result in students choosing other school options outside the district, as well as keeping what was working and getting maybe rid of what wasn't working. With the cuts at San Diego High, we will not just be losing principals, but there'll be their eyes and ears on the ground of the school. And in some ways, they work a lot like they're a principal, but they're also a counselor, they're security. And your cuts, I think, this year were slated to hit the security too. So I think this kind of goes for Lincoln and Crawford also in areas where you have maybe more problems that you would want to keep the people on the ground to keep the kids safe. So thank you very much.
Okay, can I ask Superintendent Koba and Deputy Superintendent Meyer? So I know that the governance team recommendation at San Diego High School was, in fact, for 3 principals and 1 operational principal, and your recommendation is a vice principal. Can you? I would just say, and maybe just sort of amend my second or however we deal with that. My preference would be for an operational principal rather than vice principal, but what are the pros and cons, I guess, of thinking about that?
The pros and cons, we considered the small schools in their entirety and looked at each complex and looked at the possibility and past practice of having a vice principal who worked across the campus. And the duties, many of the duties would include things that are typically, but not always, under the vice principal in their roles and responsibilities: discipline, supervision, athletics, and others. So those were the two main reasons that we considered a vice principal in that case.
Okay, so I think that the idea that I certainly support from the governance team is that probably two issues. One is that the operational principal's duties might be there might be more to it than the sort of the duties that you just laid out. Which is really about it's a significant role in management of the complex and the operations that might certainly extend beyond discipline and athletics and some of the sort of traditional roles that a complex-wide vice principal might have. I think the other issue that people identified was authority. So this is a key part of the team and the restructuring plan, and we would want, I think, that person to have some level of authority that's not seen as kind of subservient, I guess, to the other three principles. So if I could make a friendly amendment to the motion to keep the San Diego High complex at 4 principals, with 1 being an operational person.
Mr. Barrera, if we decide to do that, I think perhaps it would be worth considering having Crawford have that VP be a principal as well. There's a sense of all the additional issues that you just brought up, plus Nellie. I'm just trying to balance the two of them.
Can I address the staff recommendation, which initially was on the floor, was for 2 at Crawford, 4 at Kearney, 3 at San Diego High, and 2 at Lincoln, as I understand it. And I sat down with Dr. Meyer, and I had some concerns about specifically Crawford and Lincoln, because both those schools are struggling more overall, and I don't think we should, quote, have the same number of principals just to say we have the same number, because every school inside is different. But at the same time, I think at some of these schools, and talking with Dr. Meyer, I'm not saying, running these ideas by her, that I would recommend actually that we have 3 at each site. Now, this was before your discussion on San Diego High, meaning we reduce Kearney by 1, and which is in an area I represent, and have 3 at Crawford, 3 at Kearney, 3 at San Diego, and 3 at Lincoln. And partly we do have a budget issue, clearly. But we have to make sure where there is success continues. But at the same time, I would leave it up to the discretion of Ms. Myers if at any of those sites, if one of the 3 would be a, if you will, master principal, because we want to make sure, and every site's different, every personality is different, everyone's skill is different, and there may be need to designate one leader among the principals there. And I'm not saying she backed off her initial recommendation, but she felt that this approach would also work, and I don't want to put words in her mouth. So, but at the same time, I'd love it if Kearney would stay at 4, and it is working. But we also have a budget issue. So I'm trying to grapple with that, and also to deal with fairness and equity. So I was going to recommend we have 3 at each, which would bring Crawford up to 3, Kearney down to 3, San Diego stay at 3 in their proposal, and Lincoln go up to 3.
Okay, so I just want to clarify where we are, sort of procedurally. So we had a motion and a second to accept the staff recommendation as is. I would like to amend the motion, but I don't know if Dr. Evans is open to that, to approve the staff recommendation with the changes of having an operational principal at both San Diego High and at Crawford. So let me just ask procedurally if you're open to that amendment. If not, we can...
Okay, well, I just want to comment. what I like about what the staff has done is they've taken a lot of consideration, listened to the community, and gone through this very thoroughly. And I have a problem just in general, I'm not saying specifically with yours, but just with us coming up with alterations and kind of looking at what is fair. They've looked at the budget issues and they have looked at the academic issues. So my preference is to, and in terms of the number of principals at the schools, it's to me it's not just the success or lack of or less success at the school. It's okay, we have some successful programs, we're going to keep it going that way. By reducing the numbers at a school that is not successful doesn't mean that it's punitive to that school. It actually means that school might need to take a different direction towards a more, possibly more comprehensive high school, whatever. I don't know the details. And I will say, just compared to many other people up here, that I don't know, I've not been involved in a lot of these details. To me, it's a relatively minor thing as far as whether you have a principal or a vice principal designation for the operations person, other than it's more money. My first thought, again, not knowing much about it, is respecting the integrity of the schools, and they have a principal over them, and this is actually a vice principal just to help them. But again, they said their idea would be they're above them. So I'm okay if well, let me ask Dr. Meyer and Mr. Koba, as far as just this detail of principal versus vice principal, do you have strong feelings about that?
Principal versus vice principal in which arena? In the operational versus
well, you just mentioned there'd be an operational person
yes.
who you named as a vice principal rather than a principal.
I think we can look at two models that we've had. One was the model that we had at Lincoln High School with Mel Collins, who was the executive principal. And we also had that model at the complexes prior with the originating schools when they changed. Typically, that was more successful because the vice principal, when they worked for 6 different people or 3 different people, struggled with where they spent most of their time and how they balanced their job.
So you're saying it's been more successful with the
correct
executive principal, or whatever is the term. I don't know if that's the right term. Okay. So I would support amending it to, in those cases where there was an operational person being named, a principal versus a vice principal.
Okay, and I just want to clarify as well. I'm not suggesting an executive principal as
and I didn't mean. I just meant an overall operations principal. Okay.
So we've got a motion and a second. Ms. Jackson.
Okay, that aside, and I'll vote on that when that comes. Let me throw another fly in the ointment here. Okay. Looking at these papers, the goal was to reduce 8 administrators, it appears. Okay, overall 8. So my question is, why is that overall reduction of 8 administrators limited to small schools? Okay, we didn't do that when we started doing teachers. We didn't do it when we did certificated or classified. So why when we do administrators, we're going to say we're only going to limit the cuts to certain areas? Okay, and I'm going to tell you why I'm asking that question. Okay, it was mentioned performance versus budget. Okay, and most of these small schools are in the neediest parts of the district. They're taking significant cuts, and the classified staff, significant cuts in their certificated staff, because some of them got some of the newer teachers, so they're going to be taking a lot of cuts there, and now we're going to cut them administratively. So, and I made this point before that when we do our budgetary cuts, there are some schools that are impacted a lot more than others because everything that you cut impacts that particular campus. So it is difficult for me now to sit here and say, well, we need to eliminate 8 administrators from the district, but we're going to take them all from small schools. Because I would say, why don't we going to eliminate 8 administrators? Let's identify 8 from across the district. If you want to use seniority, you want to use whatever, and you do it that way. You find a way to make it across the district, but not concentrated on one group of schools.
I would just like to respond that I could not agree more that San Diego High, Crawford, Lincoln, and Kearney, prior to its great success, were our most needy schools. I can say that several of our schools across the district, particularly at the high school level, with their X factor, have lost vice principals this year to probably the excess of over 10. But nonetheless, you are correct in that.
X factor too. They got X factor.
Would you?
Yeah, X factor.
But I'm just saying that in general, that it's unfortunate we have lost administrators across the district.
I know this may be not a fair, detailed question, but in terms of sort of administrator to student ratios, like taking a comprehensive high school with their principals and their vice principals, and then taking these small schools, would you say that these small schools, even with these reductions, still have a lower administrator to student ratio than the comprehensive high schools? And I guess we could take an example like, let's say Mira Mesa High School has 2,700 students, maybe. I'm guessing. I shouldn't.
Well, yes, sure.
Okay.
They do. But
no, but I'm just trying to say in terms of ratios. So they have a principal and a certain number of vice principals. So even with this reduction, and I think it should be this way, but I'm just saying even still with this reduction, there's still a better administrator to student ratio.
I think the question that we didn't get a chance to add in here was, why is it only limited to small schools? The small schools had the X factor too. They had to take X factor cuts in their budget as well. That wasn't limited to just the comprehensive high schools. So the question is, why are we just focusing the 8 that we need to reduce on the small schools?
So are you suggesting that we should have no principals at some high schools?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that if they're saying we need to eliminate 8, then they need to find a way to eliminate 8 that supports, we're doing the same when we say we're going to increase class size. We're increasing class size so that we can eliminate some of the teachers. Then we need to look at what ways we can do to eliminate 8 administrators. And that might mean that you have an administrator that is not currently serving as a principal that you are putting in the pot to eliminate as that one administrator. But that's what, and I don't know where all of the administrators are, but if the goal here is to eliminate 8 administrators, I'm just saying it should be not just isolated to the small schools. It should be that his proposal should be, my goal is to eliminate 8 administrators. I've eliminated 8 administrators, and they're gone, and this is who's going to be at these school sites.
What specifically, because the staff has one recommendation, I'm recommending we actually increase Crawford from the recommendation of staff from 2 to 3, Kearney go down 1 from 4 to 3, San Diego stay at 3, and Lincoln go from 2 to 3. Do you have a specific recommendation, Ms. Jackson, that's different than either what staff's recommending or what Mr. Barrera, Mr. Evans are recommending, or what I just suggested?
Yes, I would say that we identify, and certainly we would identify all of the administrators that we have available in the district, wherever they are. The ones here at the Ed Center that are in different positions, and that we will look at eliminating. So if we have 22 high schools, I think, that about 33 high schools, 33 high schools. When we look, we may find that we actually have 40, or I don't know how many other administrators that we have. If we have 40, 42, then I don't know.
We, I think, as Nellie said, have already eliminated vice principals. Those are administrators at other schools. Why small schools? Well, it was among the multitude of budget strategies to look at where we could make a cut and mitigate an impact. All of our comprehensive high schools have one principal, and they are supported by a handful of vice principals, and you divide that by enrollment. So we made a budget strategy proposal to promote some change in schools that haven't been altered, where there are multiple principals, where you could make some adjustments and get some savings and still move the program along. What we're talking about now is a school like Crawford going to lose one principal, one. Kearney, if we go with Mr. Barnett, one. And we're sitting here dealing with a $115 million problem. You asked us to come up with suggestions where we could balance the academics with the costs, and these are the recommendations we brought you. Plus, there are other vice principals that are being eliminated. So it is more than just 8 administrators. And after we reevaluated, we even reduced that to try to balance.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second, and then it sounds like 2 alternative motions if we need to. So why don't we vote first on the motion?
More discussion?
More discussion on...
I only have 6 points. All right. Ms. Meyer, when the Gates Foundation funded the small school program, why did they stop funding it?
The Gates Foundation came up with a national report that stated that the majority of the small schools, in their opinion, did not work.
Okay. Number 2, what does the it was mentioned that some of the small schools are very high performing, and some of the small schools at the same property are very low performing. What do you attribute to that, Ms. Meyer or Mr. Koba? Or
I think a combination of many different factors over a number of years. San Diego High School is a complex of 6 standalone programs, and over the years there are issues of a high concentration of English language learners in one school, which created a great challenge for the kids. The fact that they probably needed more intervention strategies, more support than they got under a different program. There has been a little bit of change out of leadership at San Diego High over the last few years. The same 6 principals who started that program haven't been there. So you have some individualized leadership and program issues to consider.
So are there any...
So there are many different factors, what I'm trying to point out.
So to just address that one possible reason why some schools are high performing and some schools are low performing, have we looked at the EL percent breakdown and the special education breakdown amongst the many learning groups at the one property? And do we have any plans in place to try to at least set minimum standards that every school needs to have equity with allocation of EL learners and special education students?
If you're asking if there is a consistent percentage of second language learners or special education learners at each site, the answer is no. And if you're asking if we do have plans in place, yes.
Okay. Number 4, there was some discussion about whether or not you're merging the academic programs or leaving the academic programs separate, and is that mutually exclusive from the leadership structure? Can you have, for example, any different variation of leadership structures at a site, but still keep all 6 separate learning groups? Is that a possibility?
Yes, we have different models within our district currently that have pathways 9 through 12 that follow through themes such as the small schools.
Right. Okay, so then to that extent, we could keep the 6 separate learning teams at San Diego High. We could keep the 4 separate learning teams at Kearney or the other school. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so then the management structure or the leadership structure, that's mutually exclusive from the academic programs that might be offered at the site.
Often, not always. The gentleman who left, who mentioned the research for small schools, was correct in that the ability to connect to the students within the small school does provide some benefits, such as increased safety and increased connection to adults.
But that configuration of leadership could have very many different forms and still provide that same kind of connection and support, to the extent that you could have 6 vice principals at San Diego High with one executive principal, right? I'm just saying that is that in the realm of possibility? Okay. Number 5. For months, I have received thousands, not hundreds, thousands of emails, millions and billions, gajillion, a Google. My kids love learning what a Google is. Because that's actually a number? So anyway, okay, sorry, I digress. And this is really unfortunate when groups of people that should be going in the same direction start turning on each other. And that's really sad. And I hate to see that. Fighting over equity, and you're going to get 4 and I'm going to get 3 and you're going to get 2, and when I first started listening to the debates about equity, they weren't calling out the other schools at that point in time when I was new on the board. So I thought they were complaining like Scripps Ranch High School isn't fair to Crawford. And I thought, wait a minute, Scripps Ranch High School, they have one principal for over 2,000 kids. And Hoover, they have, over one principal for over 2,000 kids. I'm like, wait, but you're complaining that it's not fair when, most of our high schools have one principal. And then you're saying that it's not fair. And so, at the beginning, the initial evolution of the debate was very interesting for me. What is fair? How come at Hoover High School, which is clearly a high school with a lot of need and opportunities to improve, how come they don't have 6 principals? How come they don't have 3 principals or 4 principals? And it makes me wonder, maybe it goes back to the answer to my first question tonight, that the Gates Foundation analysis was that wasn't necessarily the model that worked to improve student learning. So that's really interesting, the equity issue, and then there's the reality. It's like, okay, we're looking at increasing the number of principals in Kearney and San Diego High School, but the proposal isn't necessarily to do the same thing at Crawford and Lincoln. So if we're going to change the plan, then I just kind of think maybe we should be fair. If we're going to make cutbacks. And I guess that kind of alludes to Mr. Barnett's idea that, instead of taking some down to 2 and some up to 4, why don't we have all of them at 3? And but then you look at the issue of student to principal ratio. One person said 1 to 477, 1 to 433, 1 to over 700. So and then Ms. Jackson raised a very good point that maybe we need to look at the total administrator to student ratio. For example, or was that Dr. Evans? I don't know. I can't. It's hard to keep track sometimes up here. I apologize. But and so that's a really good observation. Like at Patrick Henry High School, where there's a principal and 3 vice principals. You take the total student enrollment, divide it by 4 administrators on the team, and what's that administrator to student ratio? And I'm sure that we've done some of that analysis, and that's been a part of the calculation into the staff recommendation. Finally, my last question. Sorry. My last
final
question.
Answer is Google.
Google. My question number Google. Now, have we ever merged the data to at least get a unified measure of student learning at these sites? Like, have we ever taken all 6 schools at San Diego High, merged all the CST data, all the Casey test, the Casey pass rates and all that stuff to try to get a unified measure of performance and student learning there. Have we done that?
Some of it. We did a very. We've looked at the APIs. We've combined them and compared them to past API scores when they were an entire complex.
Okay, right. To see if there's
a lot of
change.
things have changed since then, but that gave us some idea.
Okay. All right. And how does that data look?
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
How did that data look?
We saw that Kearney had substantial growth. San Diego High, particularly SciTech, had some wonderful growth. Champs had far exceeded the former Crawford's complex-wide score, and others had scored beneath what had been prior. But, yes.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you.
Okay, we actually did have one speaker, Becky Breedlove, who had signed up earlier.
I'm a little discombobulated. I thank you for hearing me. I know I did turn in a slip.
Sure.
It's very confusing, and there are certainly a lot of factors, as some of your questions, Mr. Beiser, have pointed out. I have some data for you, and actually it's some of the data that you were asking about. I like data. And I have lots of it for people in the audience if you'd like to get it from me later. 2 sides to every paper, and both sides of this paper have printing on it. I'd like you to look first of all at the side that says 2011 SDUSD, quote, similar schools. All the data comes directly from CDE. We are compared to Kearney in terms of small school, but I'm wondering if that's really a fair comparison. When you look at similar schools, none of the Crawford schools, nor is Lincoln listed as comparable to any Kearney school. When you look at San Diego, you also, though, will see a couple of San Diego schools that are similar schools to Kearney, only 2. When you look at San Diego schools, the only school in our district that's a public school that's comparable to San Diego International Studies is UC High. Again, I don't have a lot of time to speak, but you can look at that list. I'd like you to look at the other side now, where we look at some things that have to do with EL. I don't know what data was looked at when it was determined that Kearney was meeting accountability measures at a greater rate than some of the other schools. And I also am very confused when we have this notion that if something isn't doing well, then we take away from it rather than support it more. Looking at ELs, you'll notice, well, I actually did an average that's not on the paper. The average EL for these schools is 48%. Every school in the Crawford complex is above that, and Lincoln is certainly close. Can I have a couple more minutes? One more minute, please?
One more
okay.
minute.
If you, though, look at beginning ELs, notice what you see. And what that means, when you go down to the Crawford schools, our percentage of beginning ELs is much higher. Those are students whose affect our API negatively. These are not the students that are in our newcomer arrival center who aren't being counted in. These are those immigrant students who have been in the country maybe a little bit more than a year. Crawford, was it Champs, MVAS, Lincoln? I mean, 3 of these schools were on the Washington Post best list because of our AP stuff. Does that get honored when we talk about being accountable? 2 of the schools that I know of in Crawford rank 1 and 2 in attendance all the time. That generates revenue. So I'm kind of not getting why people think we're not accomplishing things in Crawford and Lincoln.
One quick comment. The reason I'm supporting the superintendent and deputy superintendent's plan with the minor modifications they're agreeable to is because we're dealing with an issue of accountability. And they have put thought into what is the best way to do this, and the 2 of them are going to be held accountable for the results. And so, I think that's, it's a little difficult when we start kind of micromanaging a lot of details from the dais. I think this is a very good conversation, but I think they have come up with a plan, and I think we do need to hold them accountable.
Since Mr. Beiser left, and I think it will be a 2-2 vote, maybe I'll...
Take your time.
I shouldn't make assumptions, but that's my sense from the discussion. You're right. It could be 4-0, 4 against, maybe. I agree. I don't pretend to know what is personally the best way to manage a school site, the number of principals, the number of vice principals, and I also know every school site is different. But that's why I did talk to Ms. Meyer, because I was concerned that with Crawford and Lincoln struggling, that would we, by reducing the number to 2, could be harmful. But at the same time, I know it's not just the numbers who's there, and I don't know the individuals. I know some of them, but are the quality of the principals there the best to have the accomplishments continue to grow? And I don't know the answer to that, but that's what their job is to determine that, and to make those determinations. So, and at the same time, in this whole discussion, we have a little budget issue. So that's why I do know we do have to look at reducing costs overall. We did, by the way, take a motion tonight to reduce another 10 administrators, supervisors, etc., district-wide, not targeted in different areas, part of our budget motion. So we are looking at that as well. Sorry?
Not adding on.
Right. So my recommendation, what I was looking at, would actually, if what staff's also, if you're interested in the numbers, and I'm sorry Mr. Beiser isn't here because I actually did the math here, but that at 3-1, Crawford would go down to 438 per student per principal. Kearney would be 625. San Diego would be 951, and Lincoln would be 725. So there's still a range. The bottom line is, I think we need to, I want to trust their judgment, but I did talk to Ms. Meyer and feels that this is not a radical proposal I'm making, that it's one that, and at each site also, if there needs to be a master or lead or executive principal, then let them make that decision depending on the personalities and the skills and the qualities of the principals. And then, obviously, we have to keep budget constraints. Calling Mr. Beiser.
Yeah, I know. Wants to keep talking. Could we check on? Oh, okay. All right.
Unless I had the numbers wrong.
All right.
Okay.
Go ahead and vote. I'll step back out.
No. We're waiting for you. So we've got a motion on the floor with a second. Please vote. With my, it's a principal for operations.
Keeping Crawford at 2 and keeping Lincoln at 2.
No. It's staff recommendation with the exception of the vice principal for operations is actually approved.
It's Crawford with sort of, I guess you could call it 2 academic principals and an operational principal. That's Crawford. 2 academic principals and an operational principal. Kearney with 4 principals. Lincoln with 2. And San Diego High with 3 academic principals and 1 operational principal.
Okay, and the other, wait a minute, and so I just want to make sure the other proposal that Scott is saying is to do what, Scott? I'm sorry.
I'm suggesting we have.
I just want to make sure I get both of them before I vote.
On where it says 2 under Crawford, 11, 12 proposed now, it would go to 3.
So Crawford 3.
Kearney would go from 4 to 3.
Kearney 3.
San Diego would stay at 3.
San Diego
and
3.
Lincoln would go from 2 to 3.
And Lincoln would go from 2 to 3.
So it would be a net addition of 1 position, I believe, from what staff is recommending. Yes.
Okay, so we've got let's vote on the first motion. Please vote.
I need to vote now.
Okay,
I'll try.
Why don't we take Mr.
I will move we change Crawford to, in line on that memo on the back page on the chart, so we're all looking at the same thing, hopefully, on where it says 2011 proposed principal allocations, change Crawford 2 to 3, Kearney 4 to 3, San Diego keep it 3, Lincoln at 3, and we, as part of that motion, the superintendent, deputy superintendent will determine if they believe there needs to be a, whatever the term is, a lead, operational or manager or head or whatever it is for each school site out of those numbers.
I'll second it if you take San Diego from 3 to 4. Because they have an extra 1,000 kids. Please.
In all fairness, in my area, I recommended reducing the number from 4 to 3. I'm doing that because we have real budget issues here, and that has to be part of the discussion. Believe me, I'm going to get you-know-what for doing that, but in talking to Dr. Meyer, so I believe it's fair, equitable, and reasonable, and also prudent.
All right. Do we have?
And also, I'll make a point. My daughters go to school which have one principal, and I'm not making any recommendations to change that.
Do we? So you want to keep it 3s all the way down?
Do we have a second for Mr. Barnett's motion? Okay.
I'll second it.
Okay. I cannot support it. And again, I think, Dr. Evans' point is really important here. This is not work that's being invented, overnight. This is work that's been going on in these schools. I can only speak for San Diego High School. This work has been going on all year long. We've got a governance committee, and believe me, these are very difficult issues that folks have been working through. We've got a governance committee that has come to a recommendation. We've had the staff that's put a lot of time and thought into this. I just cannot support making these types of changes up here at the dais.
Well, you just recommended making a change.
No. The change that I recommended was actually supportive of the work of the governance team at San Diego High. It was a small change, although not an unimportant change in terms of the work that the governance team has been doing for some time.
First of all, I didn't come up with this just on the night. I talked to Dr. Meyer about it and believe it's workable. Anyhow.
Okay.
Call the question.
Well, we've got a motion and a second. Please vote. Okay. So we still have some work to do.
So here's the motion then. Okay. Try this one on.
All right.
Okay. Well, of course, mine would be, cut 8 principals and then have them all interview for the jobs and pick the best of what we have left.
Okay.
But nevertheless, we'll stick with the small schools issue here. And so, Crawford, 3, operational person. Kearney, 3. Lincoln, I would leave it 2. They have 3 vice principals that's going to be there. And then San Diego High, I would give them an operational person.
3 plus the operational person.
Right.
Is there a second to Ms. Jackson's motion? No second. Okay. Let me try again.
How many combinations?
Well, when we don't agree, I would just point out to the board, I think when we are disagreeing on these details, I think that the default is to go with the staff recommendation.
Well, I kindly disagree, and I disagree for a number of reasons. Again...
But can you get support? That's the question.
Your comment was that when we don't disagree, it should default back to the staff. They voted for us to make decisions. And so we need to be willing to make the decisions. And if we have to be able to find a combination that everyone can agree on, I think that certainly we are very close, but we just have to find out where that 1 or 2 is. And so certainly speaking for the schools that I work the most closest with, which is Crawford and Lincoln, I would say Lincoln already will have 5 administrators. The staff and I think we should change the way it's configured, but certainly they have 5, so they'd be fine with their 5. I think that Crawford should have an operational principal with the other 2. So whatever motion somebody makes, they have 3 for Crawford and 2 for Lincoln. I'm there.
And then what are you saying about Kearney and San Diego on your motion?
What I said was 3 for Kearney.
Okay.
And what I say 4 for San Diego High,
including the operational,
which was an operational person.
Right.
Okay.
And then Kearney stays at 4?
No, Sheila's got Kearney at 3, and that's the problem that I have with the motion. I think Kearney's working well, and I don't believe in making a change there. So Ms. Jackson made a motion, was not seconded. I'll try again.
She's saying, okay, just you said 3 Crawford, 3 Kearney, 4 San Diego High, and 2 at Lincoln.
And we're talking about principals.
Right. I'll second the motion.
All right, there's a motion and a second on Ms. Jackson's motion. Any further comments?
So it's 3-3-4-2.
Right.
Well, and then the vice president.
With hopefully the understanding that if there are parameters that the superintendent and Ms. Meyer want, as far as executive in some case or management, I mean, let them look at the people at these schools and make sure those who have the right job have the right.
Let me ask a question to Dr. Meyer related to Ms. Jackson's motion.
Could you repeat the motion, please?
Okay, so the motion is 3 principals at Kearney.
Okay.
3 academic and 1 operational principal at San Diego High. 2 academic and 1 operational principal at Crawford, and 2 principals at Lincoln. That's Ms. Jackson's motion. I guess this is a question for the board, but I'd like input from Dr. Meyer. If Kearney can sustain a 4th principal through grant funding outside of unrestricted funding, would Ms. Jackson be up for a friendly amendment to her motion?
If they go out and find money, they don't take money away from the children. Okay, if they don't take money away from the current budget that's allocated for children, they go out and find money to fund their principal, then that's fine. I mean, but I don't think we had that conversation. We never discussed, what happens when a person is purchased by grants. Because right now what we say is that if you are funded by a grant, when that grant goes away, you go away. So that's the only other.
So the reason I asked Dr. Meyer, because my understanding is that's been the practice at Kearney,
I wouldn't say it's the practice at Kearney.
Okay.
Kearney has been the recipient of numerous accolades and grants because of their profile. I would say the same could be said for the other small school complexes.
Does Kearney, would Kearney be able to begin the 11-12 year with 4 principals under this motion? Would they have grant funding available to them to begin the 11-12 school year with 4 principals?
I would have to go back and look and see where their current grant funding is allocated. Within the document, it was stated that the goal would be to work towards having a 4th principal as a grant-funded position due to the leadership that has been awarded.
So my issue would be, I could support something like the challenge to the Kearney complex is, for the 12-13 year to identify grant funding to support a 4th principal. But my problem is making that change right now, going into the 11-12 year. So that's where I'm at in terms of the motion. Well, what's the motion? I understand, but
the amendment. There's not. She did not agree. I don't believe agreed to the amendment.
Well, hold on a second. Did you? Let me restate my motion, my amendment then. Suggested amendment. The amendment would be agree to everything that you just said. But that with Kearney, we would have 4 principals for the 11-12 year with the understanding that moving forward beyond the 11-12 year, they would need to fund one of those principals through grant funding.
No, because then you're giving them 4 principals now.
Okay. All right. So please vote on Ms. Jackson's motion.
So your amendment, we're not voting on it.
The amendment Ms. Jackson's not agreeing to.
Okay, you can go home.
No, we got one more.
Excuse my need of a clarification.
Yeah.
The final result on Kearney was 3 or 4?
3 principals.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. The last item is an information-only item, not an action item. Superintendent Koba.
Thank you, President Pereira. This is the area superintendent discussion. In the budget, similar to where we were with the small school administrative action, was funding for 6 area superintendents. I've obviously gone on record as saying that I thought the number should be higher, but as we've refined the budget, looked at the numbers, and looked at what the needs are, we've stayed with 6. We today have 9 incumbents. One of those, Mike Price, has announced his retirement, so we have 8 incumbents for 6 positions. The approach we've taken in consultation with HR in the past has been, if you have reduced the number of positions and have a larger pool of incumbents, you need to come up with some equitable means approach for filling those positions. And my strategy would be to, and we have already posted the 6 positions, as we have done in the past for principals, taken applications for those 6 positions, have guaranteed the incumbents, those 8 who are currently doing the job, to apply for the 6 positions, and to allow for a community team with the board members each appointing one to review and screen records, chaired by Deputy for Business, Mr. Stover, who oversees human resources, and the interim human resources chief, Lamont Jackson, to assist him, such that we could take 10 records or some designated number to an interview panel, of which the 8 incumbents, if they all apply and so desire, would be guaranteed an interview. And that's what we did in the past, whether it be for a superintendent, a deputy sup, or an area sup, where the community looked at the records, made a recommendation of quality, and then let the professional staff or professional educator leadership team to interview from their recommended pool to come up with 6. My proposal would be then the interview panel would consist of myself and Dr. Meyer, a educator from San Diego State, perhaps someone like Dean Hovda, the dean of the School of Education there, and a senior educator from San Diego County Office of Education, so that we have senior independent experts looking at that, and then a representative from the Administrators Association and from the Teachers Collective Bargaining, and so it would be a team of 6, and then make a recommendation of the 6 candidates to fill the 6 positions that have been adjusted in the budget. And I think this is not unlike some of the prior discussion. The board, earlier this year, we were at 10 area sups, and when Dr. Rupi Boyd pursued another position in Los Angeles, the board said at that point in time to me when I was filling it that looking ahead to the fiscal crisis, maybe that was the starting point for reducing the numbers of senior administrators. I have talked about 8. I realize that where you all are today, after a number of conversations and a workshop, that you wanted something less than the current incumbency, and that's where the 6 has come in. This approach is a level playing field, I believe, because every one of the incumbents has an opportunity. I mean, I will be clear with you. There have been pressures brought to bear to advocate for people and just simply say, why don't you just appoint them? Well, there are 8 people out there that have done the work all year long. Shouldn't the 8 have an opportunity to be interviewed and let us make a selection? And if there are any other candidates within a certain realm who might be possible, we ought to consider, because these are the 6 most senior people overseeing cluster development, the engagement of the K-12 alignment, and all of the key factors that come into play over principal mentoring, small learning community evolution, community engagement. So, I mean, I've looked at this. I know it's very difficult. I know it's emotional and political, but I am trying to figure out how to do this in an equitable way and recognize there are a lot of different people out there interested in this position, and especially the 8 who are currently doing the work. So that's where I wanted to go with this. Having heard the board, been through workshops with you, we all agreed in one workshop in April that we would retain the title of area superintendent. We would retain the position description and the associated responsibilities and qualifications that go. And that's where we are.
Well, we've got a few public speakers, so I'll call them up. Ray Adair, Barry Pollard, Pat Washington, and Gerald Brown.
Good evening, board members. And let me state for the record that I'm not receiving any pay for being here this evening, and that I am, in fact, an agitator, a community organizer, and I'm proud to be so. This evening, Dr. Evans, you mentioned that we need to have solutions, and I agree with you. We need to have honest and open representation of the process and the facts. We need to have a core value for both the board and the staff. Let me talk about the word integrity. Adherence to moral and ethical principles, soundness of moral character, honesty. Superintendent, you said there were 2 factors that you considered early on with the budget and with other things. But let me say to you, there's a 3rd factor. That 3rd factor is an invisible factor. It's extremely dangerous to the well-being of our children, our community, and the future of San Diego. We were told earlier this week that the superintendent, that you, sir, and Deputy Superintendent Nellie Myers had not had an opportunity to choose their team, and that we wanted to be fair to the process, and we wanted to allow this to happen. Additionally, we were told this week that the reorganizing was not about any area superintendent being necessarily not competent. We were told it was about personalities. It's simply put that the principals in Area 1 did not like Dr. Campbell's style. As a lady wrote to Dr. Campbell this morning in a message, I think that she received it from you, Superintendent, was that Dr. Washington, to Ms. Steele, was that Dr. Campbell has been categorized as, quote, a scary woman because of her requirements for accountability. I do not believe that either you or the board have been completely honest in your actions concerning the area superintendents. When Lincoln and Morris Committee met with you a month ago, you said you were perfectly happy with the current configuration of area superintendents, and that we really needed to convince the board to let you keep the configuration as it is. Then we met with the board, and the board told us it was Bill's decision. And then we were told that the area superintendents needed to be either downsized or totally eliminated due to the budget. Then we were told that it was no longer a budget issue, and in fact there was enough money to go out and conduct a search. My mother told me this: if you lie, you'll steal. And if you steal, you'll kill. And what's happening is that you're killing the aspirations and dreams of those children in our southeastern community. It's mighty funny that as we take a look at this budget, that it continues to come south of the 8, where all the cuts are made. Tonight, our community wants you to disband this plan and have the courage to do the right thing. Respect our community, respect our voice, and respect our children. Thank you.
Good evening, Board President Barrera, Superintendent Cobra. I want to thank Kevin Beiser, Trustee Beiser, for this award for being a children's advocate. I make the same amount of money as Reverend Brown makes. Being that advocate, I'm free. Superintendent Koba began the meeting by saying we have to connect our words with our actions. President Barrera began the meeting by saying that we have to have integrity in what we do. I will submit to you that there is no integrity in this process for selecting area superintendents. We have met with all of you on numerous occasions, and you tell us something different every single time. And the reality is, we figured it out. It's about personalities, not about performance. We will not tolerate it. We have 28 letters from Boone parents, 1 letter from a Boone principal. We have 5 letters from other principals in Area 1. We have 465 signatures, there may be duplicates, on petitions. And we have 25 individual letters from our parents, our community members, and we hope you understand. We know you did not engage our community in a community-based reform model by any of the tenets you promised us you will follow in selecting area superintendents. What you're doing has no integrity. What you're doing is not transparent. It is wrong. They just want to come scare me so y'all won't be scared.
Okay, thank you. Any board comments?
I wanted to just start to Ms. Washington's comment that you've met with all of us and we've all told you one thing and then changed your position. Actually, I've not met with your representatives of your group yet. We have it scheduled, I believe, for next week, and we've not had a discussion on this issue. And I also... So I don't appreciate, and I can't speak for my colleagues, basically being told that we're not telling the truth. On the issue overall, I guess I'd first of all like to ask my colleagues, who do the area superintendents work for, and who do they report to? What is the understanding of my colleagues? Because if we're going to determine, so I'd really like to know, I'd like to hear you all say, who do they report to and who do they work for? What is the understanding of my colleagues? I mean, if we're going to, do they work for the board members? Do they work for the superintendent? Do they work for the cluster? Who do they work for?
Well, I would make a general statement. They work for the education of the children in the area that they're serving, and they report to Dr. Meyer and are accountable to Dr. Meyer, who is accountable to the superintendent.
Are we allowed under Ed Code or our policy, Mr. Shanke, under Ed Code, are we allowed to direct the actions of area superintendents as board members?
I don't quite understand the question.
Can I, as a board member, go to my area superintendent, see how I say my area superintendent, and say, I want you to do X, I want you to spend time on this, I'd like to direct you. Can I do that as a board member?
The board can only operate by a majority vote.
Okay. And who directs under the code now? Who's responsible for directing the actions and who's accountable on this area superintendents?
Well, it starts with the chief executive officer as the superintendent and whoever is subordinate to him in the chain of command that you've adopted.
My point is, if we want to have 5 area superintendents who we as board members decide are going to work for the board members and direct policy and direction in the sub areas we represent, then we should state as a policy and a budget that that's what we want. We should make that clear. If we don't want that, then we need to make it clear that the area superintendents work for and report to the superintendent and the deputy superintendent. Part of the reason this district has been so bloody dysfunctional for so many years is because we have not had accountability and people have gone around the chain of command. And maybe part of it, as Ms. Jackson said many times, is that she doesn't feel it has been accountable. So there's been the feeling the board members need to go around the chain of command. But we need to fix that dysfunction. My view, first of all, on area superintendents is we can't afford 6. We are cutting, even with the rescissions that we may make after tonight, if we all have an agreement, we're still going to have hundreds of employees laid off. And we can't afford 6. It's a luxury. I believe we should have no more than 4, and I don't believe we should change who they report to. And we need to make it clear, though, however many we have, who they report to and what their role is. They are not superintendents for the area. They do not decide policy. They do not decide curriculum. That's not their role. Now, if we want to change that, let's be honest and say what we want and then try to prove that. But I believe we cannot. How can we justify 6 area superintendents when we are laying off hundreds of teachers? So I would actually like to move that we reduce the number from 6 to 4, and as part of this, in order to take those savings and put them into restoring teaching positions.
I believe this item was agendized as a discussion item, not an action item, so we cannot take action.
So can I speak to that for a minute?
You just made a motion.
It says action.
Okay.
Action and information.
I think.
Hold on, just to clarify, Mr. Shanky, was this agendized as an action item or?
It was a confusing item because I think 2 things were conflated. One was the small schools, and the other was the area superintendents. As I understand it, the intent was that the first one was action and the second one was information.
Okay. And
my concern is that if the public has been confused by that this whatever decision on this issue probably should be delayed till the next meeting or to whatever meeting that we scheduled that because of the confusion in the agenda item. That would be a recommendation.
And the confusion comes because recommendations are here. And the proposal recommendations are here, and the reason that this came to the public was because the superintendent said that he wanted us to decide, what we wanted to do with this. And so, but the way you make it, the way it is now, we can't make a decision tonight. But let me just say a couple of things, if you don't mind.
Please,
so I guess answer your question is it is just informational, but it has recommendations. So I think people thought it was going to be an action item, but obviously it's not. We spent a lot of time last year. And you have another speaker. I'm sorry, you had 2 more speakers that were on the sheet.
Oh, I'm sorry. Michelle Bryant and Ms. Ray, they are here, or just Michelle Bryant? Go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you. I was wondering if I was going to be able to speak on this because I'm very passionate about it. I come before you as a parent of a student in San Diego Unified at Lincoln High School. I would like to address the area superintendent's position. Over the past 3 years, I have been attending meetings to help our trustee, Sheila Jackson. She shared with us about what was being proposed by the board, and one of the items that she discussed with us a couple years ago was community reform. As the district implemented this model, I continue to work with trustee Sheila Jackson. Currently, I'm the chairperson for our cluster. I would like to take a stand tonight in favor of keeping our area superintendent, Dr. Brenda Campbell. She has come on board and made a difference in our community. When she was appointed to our neighborhood, to our area, we did not have a middle school. She came on board, she got things in order, she called people from the district that hadn't been out to one of our cluster meetings, and now we have 2 options for our children as far as the middle school. Not only has she made that change in our community, she has also worked very hard with the area. I'm a teacher at Johnson Elementary. She's working on K-12 continuum so that we all are talking, parents, teachers, students, community members, about what our hopes and our dreams are for our children. We're coming together to make a plan so our children can succeed, they can go on to college. These things came out of Dr. Campbell's vision and our vision. She heard our views and she went to work on what we wanted as a community. We need leadership like Dr. Campbell. She is working to make a change in our community. We're very proud that she's a part of our community. She's not driving in every day into our community. She is a part of us. She knows us, she understands us, and she's working hard for us. In addition to that, I'd like for you to make sure that you listen to us as a community. Community reform means that you're coming out and you're going to listen to us. And as our superintendent said tonight, If we're not broke, then don't fix it. So the Lincoln Cluster area superintendent position is not broke, and we don't want you to come out and fix it. And I look forward to seeing you at one of our cluster meetings. We're going to meet over the summertime because our work is urgent, and we're going to be out there. We'd like for you to come out and meet with us. We're nowhere where we plan to be, but we are definitely way farther than we had come from. Thank you.
There's another? No, I think isn't. Okay. Okay, what I was going to start by saying is that last year, after we did our 2020 vision, we made a commitment to move to community-based schooling, including the cluster model. We spent a lot of time and effort interviewing for the area superintendents. We even picked the area superintendents before we picked the superintendent. And the reason for that was that we wanted to make sure that we had leadership in place that would ensure our schools were successful. And we didn't know who was coming in, but we wanted to make sure that they could not come in their first year and make any changes at all because we had a structure in place. As the year has progressed, and so certainly Ms. Bryan is correct, because, and my peers know that as we discussed the cluster model, my fears was that in the neediest part of this district, the communities might not be quite ready to get, we knew that Point Loma had their cluster. We knew that Scripps Ranch had an education committee that met, quite frequently. And the concern was that starting this community cluster without having the parents engaged was going to be difficult. And I started holding meetings once a month, trying to get the parents out and saying, this is coming. Okay? So we moved to that. And when we finally got an area superintendent, they took that on. That was the job that they were told to do. They were told to go out, engage the community, find out what the community needs were, and bring those needs forward. Well, it was surprising to me that when those items were brought forward, all of a sudden, that's what Ms. Jackson wants. It wasn't what I wanted. It was what the community wanted. I have been asking for at least 5 years for a middle school. At least 5 years as a board member. Community wanted it. I was asking for it. We couldn't get it because there was no one that could bring all the information together. As someone said to me earlier, but where's your plan? We don't have any staff. We don't get paid. So in order to develop a plan for middle schools, that means I would have to get involved with staff's work, which people say that's not your role. But that is the role of the area superintendent. Their role, that way that we, the board, at least the three of us, laid out in our 2020 vision, was to engage the community, find out the community needs, and bring those needs forward and help them develop a plan. But the question that has come up is what happens when that plan is different from the district's plan? Okay, and that's one of the things that, again, I mentioned Tuesday night, we hadn't discussed as a board. What authority do we give to the clusters? The cluster model has been great for, I would say, District E. I can't speak for other districts. I know there's been some movement. Crawford Cluster has come together. They're moving forward. Lincoln Morris Cluster together. They're moving forward. It has been wonderful having a district person that's working with the principals. So the question becomes, what is the value of having an area superintendent? Okay, the area superintendent knows that she doesn't work for me. She knows that she is part of the community, and that's what her role is. Now, when I have issues, I may call Bill, I may call her, I may call the other area superintendent. But I call them. I don't go on school campuses, as been indicated, and say, "Oh, this is a problem. Go do that." What I do is I call and I say, "I am concerned about X, Y, and Z. Can you go look?" Because I am not the expert. I know I talk a lot about the things at the school site, but I know I'm not the expert. But I know where to go get help. So now we come to this issue here with the budget deficit, and that's saying that we have to modify the area superintendents. I don't think, and certainly, and I've said this to Bill already, I don't think we have to open the process all over again. We took the people that we have, the current 8 that we still have, we took them through a grueling process last year. It was grueling. It was grueling. And so if we're now going down to 6, I said to Bill, he should, out of the 8, pick the 6. Pick the 6 that are going to be left. It shouldn't be open for everyone to come in and re-interview and start this whole process over. Okay, but nevertheless, he's a superintendent, and if he wants to try something different, and offer it to the board, which is the discussion tonight was whether we wanted to do it that way or not. The concern becomes when you look at the selection process. So let's go to that. We have said that our primary goal was to give more authority to the community. Well, obviously that's not what's happening, because the panel that is screening is the community people. And one of the problems that we've had in the past is that the people that really need to be looking, make sure that everybody is qualified and meet the qualifications, which would be the people from AASD, SDEA, they should be doing the first round to make sure that the people that they see are okay. I don't think they should be doing the screening at all. This is the only place that I know that the people that are working for folks say, let me decide who my boss is going to be. Let me decide who my boss is going to be. Okay? Bill, you didn't pick us. I mean, if you had a choice to be able to say, well, let me pick my board members and let me tell you why, I should pick this person. But that's what we're doing here. We're saying, okay.
I would say with principals, we have community and staff that have to select.
Yes, but we talked about the fact that when we send people out for the community to pick, the community should have that final decision. And I disagree that the community picks 3 and it comes back to the district. I said the district should pick 3, that they say, okay, this is on the principal side, but I think that they want to pick a group, and then the community should have the final say. Now, in this case, if the community, and I feel also, if the board members, not just myself, but if we're happy with who's in our area and we're trying to stabilize our area, then we shouldn't change it. It doesn't make sense to have something that's working and people are happy and we're moving forward, and then we say because the district wants to, not because we believe in community-based reform, not because what the community wants. We want to know what you want, but when you tell us, guess what? We don't want the same thing. And the question then becomes, and Richard and I had a conversation about this at one point in time, who has the final say? And I've said for 6 years, the schools do not belong to us. The schools belong to the community in which it resides. Our responsibility is to provide the best education and the best staff people in those schools. But what happens, and I can only speak from my area, what happens is the district will have said, they're much better now, we've made a lot of progress, we're here, we're going to run the school. There was a time when parents didn't feel welcome on the campuses. We finally overcome that. There was a time when we would just put anybody in any school that the district felt. We just about overcome that. And so now we're to that final hurdle where we can start saying the community is ready to move forward, and the district is saying, you know what, community, I think we know better. And I can say from my area, we have not blossomed under the district's philosophy of who they want to put in our schools. It hasn't worked. It just has not worked. So I think for the recommendation, if you ask me, because thank you, Ms. Barnett, I was saying, but what would your plan be? My plan would be, if we have to go to 6, and I saw the configuration of 6, because that leaves the budget where we are, and I don't believe there's any more money in the budget. I don't care what anybody says from Sacramento, any place else. There's no more money coming. I would say if right now our budget's based on 6, we leave it at 6. And I would recommend that the superintendent interview the current 8 people that are left, and first of all, I think that board members should have input as to those people. And I think that if a board member's area is working fine with who they have, then if 5 of us are working good and you have 1 opening, then you interview for that opening. If 4 are working and you have 2 left, then you interview for those 2. And I think that way the people is fair on both sides. Okay.
And Dr. Rubin?
Yeah, respond first to what Mr. Barnett was saying about who do the area superintendents work for in terms of reporting and reporting directly to the deputy superintendent. I know that when the whole plan was developed and we were drawing up the different areas of the district based on the number that we had, one of the things I wanted to be careful about at the time is that these areas did not match up exactly with the board districts. I mean, because for one thing, board districts can change from time to time, and the other, to avoid any confusion that someone might think this is an area superintendent, this area, and here's the board member, and so the one works for the other. I mean, in my case this year, I have in the schools that I cover, there have been 4 area superintendents. There's a reduction, and now there are actually 3 area superintendents in my school. So, it's very clear they don't work for me, I don't work for them. They also interact with other board members depending on where they are. This whole process of selection, I think what is important is community input. And we have heard people speak, and through multiple emails and everything, very, very passionately about what they believe in terms of who is good in a particular area. But I think there's an issue of community input, and then there's an issue of accountability. And again, we are holding the superintendent and the deputies responsible for what is being accomplished. The clusters, and not in any area of the city, would I say, at this point, are not developed to the point where we have a completely and purely democratically elected, diverse representation of. We have people in communities who have shown up and spoken up and are doing a really great job, but we don't have a foolproof democratic method to say this is who the community wants, because there are people in a community that feel very strongly about one person and other people who feel very, very, very differently about a person. So it's important, just like when we selected the superintendent, we wanted to get community input. We did have people looking over applications and making comments on that. We didn't limit it to that, because if we saw someone that the community didn't recommend, we still went ahead and interviewed them. We allowed them to be interviewed, actually, because the district is so big in terms of publicly here. But it was still the responsibility of the board, after all was said and done, to vote and select the superintendent. We didn't have a democratic process where people show up and were voting for who they wanted. So again, I think community input is very important. I think the superintendent and the deputy have the final say. What I understand in terms, first of all, I know it's a little confusing here about information and action, and then there it says proposal and so forth. I know that in selecting various positions, the superintendent doesn't necessarily have to come to us and say exactly how he's doing it. However, this is a new area, so I appreciate the fact that he's taking this into consideration. But just like with the principal reductions at the sites, when there's a lower number of principals, the process has been to open it up at that point, and that's what we've done in terms of getting the best possible person among the current pool and anybody else who is available at that point. So, I think that the superintendent is proceeding very reasonably, and the superintendent, he is going to, no matter what, is going to take a lot of heat. Whenever he selects someone, some people are going to be happy about that, and some people are going to be unhappy, and he's going to have to make sure that he's chosen the best person and produce some results with the person that he selected, and he and Dr. Meyer.
Mr. Reiser.
A couple things. First of all, I would like to thank Superintendent Bill Koba for keeping the job description the same. I really appreciate that because we have to make sure that within the job description, part of the responsibilities is to engage community and to coach the principals in their areas. And I think that's important so that we can have strong instructional leaders at the sites and also with operational skills and abilities. And in that relationship, I get the sense that, at least, I would hope, and we all probably would hope, that they're then working with their different site administration teams to identify opportunities to improve and work with them, giving them, having professional development plans so that those sites can improve from wherever they are. If they're an 800 school, help them to grow from wherever they are, or if they're just in the 700s, so just that's really an important piece of the equation. And then the second thing I want to say thank you is for keeping the job title the same, because that shows consistency, and I think there's some very strong benefit with the community with consistency and stability. And also, I think the title lends itself to a little bit of support, so that if, for example, frustrated parents that are looking for a resolution to issues, they feel that going to the area superintendent is somebody of authority that can then try to find solutions to their problems. The second issue that was raised that I think is really important is who do they work for, and what's the relationship between the school board members and anybody in their subdistrict or outside the subdistrict. And I think this is one thing that I'm grateful for, that I and I know many of you other board members probably have a very collaborative relationship with the area soups in your area, to the extent that I don't direct them or tell them what they should or shouldn't do, but ask questions. And then they also are very good at keeping me informed and abreast of developments or issues, things that are happening that I might need to be aware of, good and bad, opportunities and wins. And the same thing goes for a lot of the principals in my subdistrict, and also principals outside my subdistrict in the school district. Very collaborative. And so I think working together as a team is important, especially in light of the fact that I don't have a staff. we don't have staff, we don't have anybody to go to the community town council meetings every month to communicate and partner with all of our different communities. That's really important. The third thing is the idea of integrity and adherence to a core set of values and beliefs. And some of those values and beliefs are that not just an idea of stability, but also the belief that we need to separate people from positions. And that's one of the things that I've noticed in this debate about area superintendents is, a lot of people are concerned about the people, and then there's a separate debate on the position. I think at one point in time, Mr. Barnett recommended that we do away with all the positions. And then the question was, well, who's going to supervise the principals? And so then the issue was, well, how many? And so then I think the debate of how many and who, by personalizing it, I think that's caused some unfortunate misunderstandings and some hurt feelings and some jockeying of position. And then that goes back to my very first point, was if there is a person that has opportunities to improve in their capacity as an area superintendent, then I think that ought to be remedied by professional development, coaching, trying to help them identify opportunities to improve and see if they can improve to meet the expectations. But, I've been told repeatedly that by changing the configuration of area superintendents from 9, 8, 10 down to 6 or whatever to help with the $115 million budget issue or whatever, that it is totally removed from any personnel issues. That this is not an attempt to let go of people because they're ineffective or not doing a good job. And I hope that still holds true. My last point is that as I've been on the board for the last 6 months, I've really had an opportunity to observe the community engagement reform model from a completely different perspective, and it is amazing. It is amazing. going to, the Sarah High School cluster meeting, the Patrick Henry High School cluster meeting, Scripps Ranch cluster meeting, just in my area, and Hoover High School cluster meeting, there is some amazing new developments that happening, that aren't happening in other school districts or other schools. And, I think we're onto something. And so I think we really need to not let go of it before we've had the opportunity to let it work itself out for a little bit longer. And those people that have been in education know that any education reform takes 3 to 5 years before you can measure any success. And so to have the area superintendent model for 1 year and then change it around and constantly move it, I'm not sure we're giving it a fair shake to really see what it can do with the community-based reform model. So I tend to support stability and see if there's any way that we can find the resources to do that. And then look at the area superintendent's budgets. I know that we've already looked at some of these things. I think Mr. Little had mentioned that we got rid of the area superintendent funds, accounts, slush fund, I don't know what it was, just some kind of discretionary piggy banks. And then we also, I believe the area superintendents also took it upon themselves to share administrative assistants, so that was a cost saving. So trying to do everything that we can as a collective team to identify savings so that we can maintain the stability and allow this to continue out for 1 more year. And this is not an action item, right? So we're just talking.
My understanding is we're giving comments. I mean, the superintendent has just been kind enough to tell us the process he's doing.
Well, thank you. Thank you for listening.
And we're giving him comments, and he can do with them what he wants.
So I think that, the only comment that I would have is, and it's not necessarily related to the selection process. It's more, to the issue of evaluation, and I think this is important. And it's one of the issues, that was when I met with some of the folks who were here. That we raised, it can't be about personality. It's got to be about, performance. But it seems like there's 2 key areas, maybe more, but 2 that I would identify as key to the performance of an area superintendent. One is the relationship with the community and the role of helping to organize the community. That's very important, and I think we have to have some definition to that, and we need to evaluate whoever are in these jobs according to that. The other is the relationship with the principals, who the area superintendent supervises, and the degree to which the area superintendent actually adds some value to what the principals are trying to do and brings a set of a set of ideas and know-how. So I think that whatever emerges from this process in terms of who are in the positions and what the areas are, which obviously would need to be redrawn a little bit given, going from 8 to 6. I think having a clear, process or clear standards that we're going to hold the area superintendents accountable to in terms of their community organizing role and their supervision and support of principals role, and having clear process for evaluation makes sense. I also think that we can build into that evaluation process some notion of a 360 evaluation where we've got different people who are working with the area superintendent that are participating in that evaluation. That would be the only comments that I would have. Ms. Jackson?
Just very briefly.
Yeah.
I think that it's a little bit different. In our packet, we did get the new 6 areas and who's in what area. And Nellie, do you have that? I have an older version, but there's a newer version that you gave us, this package. This is the old information, but and I think the public wanted, because people were asking me, well, what schools are going together, and I got a whole bunch of paperwork up here, but I know that right now they have Morris and Lincoln together. I think it's San Diego High and Hoover.
Was that in your packet?
It was in our packets, yes. It was in memo that we... but this is an older version because I'd asked for all the information.
Is this up to date, Bill Nelly, what Sheila's going over right now?
But I think that the public has been asking that question.
No, it is not.
And it's part of our board docs, but I think that we need to share that with them so they leave knowing who...
Do we... Yeah, go ahead.
I believe you're referring to the April 12th workshop that included proposals for 6 different areas. So the chart that you're referring to is from that particular workshop.
Do you have a current draft of what the 6 areas would be?
The new item proposes that it will be determined and brought back to the board.
Okay.
One of the comments I wanted to make on that, which I think when these areas are redrawn, is that just as we did when we first set them up, it's important for equity in the district that the highest need schools have basically a lower school and student ratio to area superintendent, if you understand what I'm trying to say.
More support.
In other words, there might be an area superintendent in a more affluent area in higher performing schools who would have to cover more schools as compared to, I'm not saying specifically how it's divided up, but the higher need schools, they need to have better coverage.
Okay. Yeah, superintendent.
President Brewer, I began the conversation with saying that my position all along has been 8, and I know the reality is you want to look for savings, and some of you have a different number. I recognize that. We negotiated or worked around an option for the small schools. I mean, I don't know if you want to consider holding to the 8. I'm throwing that out there as a discussion. But I will tell you this, that the 8 that work will be fully compliant with the chain of command. Fully compliant the way I know it from my days in the military. What I say, what the priorities are, where we go, I just throw that out to you is because some of them know that they didn't fully follow the path that I wanted. But I also recognize what Kevin said about the learning and about the development of them as leaders. So that's where I could be on this if the board wanted to consider.
I can support your 8. I think it should be stable as well.
So in order for, again, this is not an action item, and that would be, I think.
But he wants to know.
I understand, and so we should give you feedback because it obviously relates to the budget, that we come back with on the 14th. So, board members, do you want to give feedback?
I just want to comment that I can't, in good conscience, when we have about 1,500 or whatever number it is at this point laid off employees. We did that, based on, what the budget that we had to deal with. And so I know Mr. Barnett proposed or was discussing the idea of decreasing, going lower than 8. Excuse me, going lower than 6. But I just do not believe that it is a wise thing to do when we have so many teachers and so many other employees who have lost their jobs to go back up to the same number of area superintendents. I know it's difficult, but I just cannot. I don't support that idea at all.
Kevin, do you have any feedback to?
I think I spoke for quite some time.
Okay.
And the only reason I would say support superintendent with 8 is because we have made significant cuts at the Ed Center. We will make more significant cuts at the Ed Center. And what the area soups do is that they fill in the gap for things that the principals need, support that they need that is lost from the Ed Center, as far as the staff development piece, as far as working through finances with them, as far as running the roughshod over this problem with SPSA that we thought was fixed last year, that I'm hearing is still having some glitches this year, but I know it's fixed, right, Daryl? Okay. So those things will only magnify with the cuts that we have made, and they're the ones that stand in the gap to do that work with the principals, so they're not off-site trying to come up here and get that work done.
Mr. Barnett, any feedback on this question?
Well, you guys have actually, for once, worn me out. Good work. I think if we want to discuss, since apparently it's not on the agenda for action, if we want to discuss a change in configuration, we should bring it back in the next agenda for action item. Otherwise, I think the action that is already in the budget and the board approved needs to stay. We can't make any changes based on comments to the superintendent without action of the board. So no matter whether all five of us happen to agree on something.
Agree.
So if we want to bring it back, and then if we do, I will advocate strongly for reducing it to less than 6, and others can advocate for increasing it. So
that's good feedback.
10,
12, 20.
I would say I would be open, to coming back with an argument, Superintendent Koba, on the number that you think makes the most sense. I mean, it is. I understand, the budget issues and all the issues that we're talking about. This is an unbelievably important role in this district, and I just want to make sure that we've got the right people with the right expectations, being clearly evaluated, as we move forward. So, at the end of the day. This is the superintendent and the deputy superintendent's team, and I will support, whatever recommendation you come back with in terms of who's on this team. Okay.
So the process is going to continue, and if they have 400 resumes, and we decide we want 8 or 10 or 6 or 4, it will fit into that. If you want to put it back on the agenda, but you need to put it back in the agenda if you want to make it. But right now it's 6 unless we put it back in the agenda for discussion. Now, personally, even though I prefer less, I'd rather not have it back on the agenda for discussion. But
so as I understand the process,
for 3 more hours.
So the first thing is we need to get in our selections or appointments to this screening committee before June 8th, according to this timeline. Each one.
How many?
How many? 3. You want to trade? And then June 28th, what we've got here is that the superintendent can come back, would recommend 6 finalists to the board for concurrence. If we approve in the budget, more or fewer,
or he can come back and say he wants to have 8, his current 8, and then that's it.
He can recommend whatever he wants.
That's the stability piece.
Whatever the superintendent recommends.
So we're done. I have a couple of items I'd like to have agendized.
Okay. I mean, for the next meeting.
Well, I just want to make sure that. Tell him. Yeah. We need to. I want the staff needs to bring us an update for summer school. I understood that we had one, but I understand there have been more schools added to that, and would like to get an update about additional people having summer school and what that looks like, and how that is being funded. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. We're adjourned.